Esto está mal hecho. Tengo que agregar otra dirección acá en este en vivo. Vaya que no lo estoy haciendo bien. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana todos ustedes. Me llamo Alejandro Salomón y bienvenidos a otro episodio del Casino del Tío Salo, donde efectivamente vamos a analizar absolutamente todas las tablas, todo lo que nos estén mandando. Vamos a platicar de los escenarios y también para todos ustedes que están interesados en hacer esto, en unirse a nosotros, a este gran alto histórico de Bitcoin, etcétera, porque mandamos una señal en el Discord. Es absolutamente gratis. Vengan al Discord, no tienen que comprar nada. Y si quieres entender todo lo que estamos diciendo, si ves algo acá que no comprendes, que todavía no entiendes el concepto, no te es claro, tenemos también ese gran curso que cuesta $24 para que le puedas dar con absolutamente todo y aprender todo lo que necesitas para poder maximizar ahora sí que este casino. Pero bueno, el día de hoy quiero platicar antes de comenzar el casino de la guerra, porque estoy viendo y estoy escuchando a muchísimos de nosotros ¿cómo se llama? Básicamente en este tipo de medios donde platicamos de la economía, donde platicamos de todas estas cosas que estamos viviendo, preocupados por la guerra. Nadie, absolutamente nadie se acuerda. Parece ser que de verdad, por cierto, parece ser que de verdad el gobierno tiene un ciclo de noticias de 2 años. Y recuerden, el gobierno, propaganda, usan nuestros noticieros, también a nuestros periódicos, todo para poder soltar las mismas historias. Las narrativas que a ellos les funcionan. Después, hoy en la tarde, quiero hacer un video donde platiquemos de cómo funciona toda esta operación de gobierno, pero ahorita no nos vamos a complicar la cosa. Lo que sí es claro es que estos ciclos son de 2 a 4 años en el gobierno, donde nos cuentan algo y luego lo vuelven a usar otra vez. El mejor ejemplo que les he dado es justamente lo de Twitter, donde hace 2 años que Elon Musk compró Twitter, nos dijeron a todos que nos fuéramos porque se iba a volver peor y nos fuéramos a Threads, que es de Mark Zuckerberg, quien la inventó literalmente ahí solamente por eso. Si eso no te enseña de qué lado está uno y del otro, no sé qué lo hará. Y 2 años después, ahora que Donald Trump ganó la presidencia de Estados Unidos, Elon Musk es el dueño de la presidencia de Estados Unidos, ahora otra vez estamos diciendo a la gente, es que ahora que ganó las elecciones, si va a destruir esto, entonces tienes que irte a otra cosa. Y Jack Dorsey levantó la mano y dijo, déjame ser tu pendejo. Y todo el mundo dijo, por favor, Jack. Y abrió su aplicación que es idéntica a X, que se llama Blue Sky, y todo el mundo está yendo. Este es solamente un ejemplo de esto. Pero si estamos hablando exactamente de la guerra, y es justamente lo que les quiero enseñar, voy a compartir rápidamente mi esta de X para que lo puedan ver, porque lo acabo de compartir, señores. Lo acabo de compartir aquí justamente en X y ahorita también vamos a entrar en una nota buenísima. Okay. Vamos a ver, acá voy a soltar esto. Perdón. A- a- ¿Por qué estoy escuchándome en eco? ¿Qué está pasando? Ven un segundo. ¿Qué? Espérenme, ¿ustedes pueden escucharme o no? Ya vi. Es mi Vimeo. Ok, perdón, estoy escuchando mi voz y yo, puta, qué horror que tienen que escuchar esto todos los días ustedes. Perdónenme. Alex Farhan, thank you. I see you guys. Just give me 5 more minutes and we'll be good to go. Just showing people some stuff real quick. Ok, aquí estamos. Bitcoin no sube por el peligro a la guerra. La relación correcta, esto quiere decir que la manera correcta de ver esto es, cada que te dicen que va a escalar la guerra y nos vamos a una guerra nuclear, es para que no te subas a la subida, porque eso es como un gran indicador para todo el mundo empezar. Ese es el cisne negro. La guerra nuclear con Ucrania, ¿no? Y ahora, para demostrarlo, esta es la segunda vez que lo hacen en 2 años. De nuevo, el ciclo de los 2 años de Twitter. Y aquí estamos hace 2 años con esto. Voy a compartir esta pantalla. Share this tab instead. Nuclear war with Russia. Guerra nuclear con Rusia. No, gracias. Así es, damas y caballeros. Esto fue en septiembre del 2022. ¿Qué pasó en septiembre del 2022? El mercado encontró fondo y de ahí nos fuimos a las ganancias más históricas y gloriosas de la historia. Ahora, esto no tiene que jugarse exactamente de la misma manera que se jugó hace 2 años. Y la razón por la que tengo que repetirles eso es porque eso pasó a través de un periodo de 2 años donde el mercado continuó subiendo y simplemente no te dejaron subirte al fondo. Lo único en esta ocasión, porque personalmente creo que estamos más cerca del final de este ciclo de lo que mucha gente piensa, ahora puede estar mal, pero eso es lo que personalmente pienso. Al pensar esto, les quiero decir que esto es para que no aproveches el último putazo para arriba, que en mi opinión va a ser muy a la 2017 con Bitcoin, lo que vivimos en ese año que fue nos fuimos de 3,000 a 20,000, bueno, y antes de tocar los 20,000 para abajo. Eso es lo que yo creo que va a pasar, también juntado con lo de Milei, con Elon Musk, todo esto, yo creo que viene por ahí la cosa. Así que pongan mucha atención, vean, aprendan a leer cómo las noticias funcionan, porque de verdad esto ayuda más de lo que creen. Cuando empecé a escuchar lo de la guerra, me puse en long en Bitcoin porque dije, güey, esto tiene que subir porque me estás vendiendo algo que literalmente si no me mandas un tweet de esto, si no me dices hay guerra en Ucrania y Rusia, nunca me enteraría. Y si creen que les están diciendo o que tenemos que poner atención a estas noticias para prevenir o que salvarte la vida, estás completamente loco. ¿Cuándo un pedazo de noticias te ha salvado la vida? Nunca, nunca. Son unos payasos estos tíos, unos verdaderos payasos. Pero bueno, antes de brincar al chat de Elite Trading Academy, quiero también platicar es que esto se me hizo absolutamente brutal, damas y caballeros, y es simplemente, espero que estén preparados. Jaguar cambió el logo. Jaguar, para todos ustedes que no sepan, la empresa de coches Jaguar cambió su logo el día de ayer, lo anunciaron. Todo el pedo que anunciaron fue literalmente para cambiar el logo del Jaguar a estas letras que cualquier niño de 2 años lo pudo haber hecho. Y pongo yo el tweet, sin poder creerlo, alguien se llevó millones de dólares por crear este logo. Hace un comercial progresista y hace un comercial progresista para presentarlo. Millones de dólares. Y justamente ayer estábamos platicando de las agencias de marketing y branding. Quiero que entiendan que aquí no fue un güey que se sentó con ellos y que dijo, vamos a cambiar el logo. Les voy a enseñar el porqué. Denme un segundo. Vamos rápidamente a compartir. Oh, vean a Vini, cómo de que no, disfrutando de la vida deliciosa. Vamos rápidamente, por aquí lo tenía, ¿no? O lo borró Jaguar. No. Ah, no, aquí está. Aquí está la presentación. Esto es una empresa de verdad. Ese es su nombre de nacimiento. Creo que ese también. Y ahí está liso, la gorda. Oye, qué súper comercial de Jaguar, ¿no? Se rifaron muy cabrón estos güeyes. Estamos llegando a una época de completamente estúpida, la época más estúpida del planeta. Jaguar es una empresa de coches que literalmente no puede vender nada porque son una mierda sus coches. Los han estado cambiando, fue dueño Ford de ellos y los han estado pasando de manos a manos por todas estas décadas. Jaguar no es una empresa privada, digo pública, es una empresa privada que es parte del portafolio de empresas de una empresa que se llama Tata Motors. Tata Motors, que son los dueños de Jaguar, también son los dueños de Land Rover. Y me parece que son hindús, no chinos. No estoy completamente seguro de eso. Pero no han hecho nada. Díganme cómo hacer un anuncio. Y esto es lo que quiero que piensen todos ustedes, por favor. Quiero que piensen todos ustedes. La población transexual de Estados Unidos, que es la más exagerada en todo el mundo, es de 1.2% del total de la población. 1.2% del total de la población. ¿Alguien entiende por qué harías un comercial para enseñar que has cambiado tu marca y la manera en la que haces las cosas? ¿Por esto? ¿Por 1.2% de la población? Están locos. Hemos perdido el tren, señores. Pero también quiero traerles esperanza con este tweet. Todos podemos ser millonarios. Es cosa de encontrar a alguien lo suficientemente tonto para darte millones de dólares por hacer algo que ChatGPT puede hacer. Y también, el tío que diseñó el nuevo logo de MotoGP también se llevó un gran dinero. Veo que hay un gran grupo de élite de gente en branding en Europa sirviendo a las empresas más grandes. Voy a sugerir ciertos nuevos logos en el segundo en vivo que haga hoy. Y es correcto, vamos a hacer logos el día de hoy. Así que sin más ni más, damas y caballeros, es todo lo que les quería compartir el día de hoy. Se me hizo bastante interesante y muy chistoso. ¿Qué estupidez tan grande, por el amor de Dios, Jaguar? Por cierto, vas a quedar en bancarrota, tío. Y esto fue lo último de lo que la gente se va a acordar de Jaguar antes de que alguien más lo compre, porque lo van a comprar alguien más. No deja de pasar de manos. No entiendo por qué alguien los compraría, pero bueno, siempre habrá alguien que crea que pueden por fin traer lo mejor de Jaguar. Pero sin más ni más, vamos a empezar con esto. Les voy a traer a Alex, les voy a traer a Farhan para que los tengan acá con ustedes. Vamos a ir al chat de Elite Trading Academy rápidamente para ver esto. Y por cierto, todavía no es oficial, pero tenemos que ver nosotros, se los voy a decir. El próximo jueves es feriado en Estados Unidos y es Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving es una fecha donde literalmente todo el mundo va con su familia, etcétera, todo el mundo viaja, etcétera. Por lo que el próximo viernes no habrá clase, no habrá en vivo, pero el jueves que teníamos la clase probablemente la cambiemos al martes, antes. O sea, literalmente en unos días, acabando este fin de semana, el martes lo haremos. Es lo más probable, les voy a confirmar, les vamos a mandar un correo a todos ustedes para que estén al pendiente. Ya saben, vamos a ver tablas, vamos a analizarlas. Farhan, Alex las van a analizar y yo se las voy a traducir para todos ustedes. Empecemos. Good morning, gentlemen. Good to see you.
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing? Happy Nuclear War News Day.
Yes.
Well, Bitcoin had to go up, right? That's what we talked about this weekend. As soon as we saw the news, we were like, all right, well, get ready for the pump.
I mean, doesn't everybody know that the perfect hedge against nuclear hellfire is magic internet coins?
That's exactly it. Everybody knows why these people need to learn more. Nah, I am very proud of everyone because we're understanding and we're learning how to read all this crap, right? Because as soon as I talk to a bunch of my friends that are like into the economy, finance, and all that stuff, and they were all like, dude, we should all pull out. Like the war is a serious thing. I was like, all right, we're going higher. And we did. So let's do this. All right, let me go into the chat right here for Elite Trading Academy. Yes, it's right here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. And of course, Brian Martinez. Brian, dude, you always come first. Always. And guess what he wants to look at first? Bitcoin. If he's the one that always comes first. Yes, sirs. Yes, sirs.
Buddy is the next generation Fast Flores.
That's right. He is. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Let's share those Bitcoin charts.
I did mention, though, that I got to drop off my parents at the airport, right? Yes, last night.
Yeah, of course. What time are you leaving? You still have how many minutes?
I got about an hour.
Okay.
10:30.
So let's get it in. Let's get it in. Do you want to go first?
Yeah.
So you can at least get another one.
And then after we finish out Bitcoin, then I'll just do all of them until my time is up. Then Alex can take over.
Sounds good. Cool. Good for you, Alex. Good for you, man. A little bit more screen time. No one wants that. No one wants that.
Not at all.
Get more fucking screen time. Jesus. All righty. Let's look at this Internet Magical Coin.
Where's my HPDR? There we go. All right, you guys see my screen?
Yeah. All
right, so I'm going to start with the monthly, which is basically what my entire bias is based off of right now, as the monthly is basing off the bottom 38.2 and it's approaching the median. So the median's at 96,444. What I'm thinking right now is we keep going up on Bitcoin until we hit somewhere around the $96,000 area, and I believe that's going to be our next local top until probably sometime around Christmas to New Year time, because I don't think we're going to go straight into 100Ks because of how much euphoria there is in the market right now and because of how much of a psychological level $100,000 is, and just how many, you can just imagine how many people already have their limit sell orders at 100,000. So the price is probably never going to touch that until we have a proper leverage weight. So I'm thinking what's going to happen is we're going to go somewhere around $96,000, probably reject, and I would want that day to close red. I'd want it to close as a massive shooting star, and that would confirm that we're probably going to consolidate for the next couple of weeks, maybe even test that $77,000 area to fill the CME gap, and then probably after like about a month and a half, then we would continue the upwards rally towards well over $100,000. If my invalidation for that though is a daily close over 96,444. Let's say 96,450. Then I'll say, okay, that idea is out the window, and we're going to go straight to 100,000 from here. The momentum is still pointed up on the monthly, while the volatility is coming from very, very extreme areas. It's at 2.3% right now. The last time volatility was ever low was back over here. It was somewhere around 3%, and in this area, which was not even as low. And that's when we went from the $20,000 range all the way up to $73,000. So you can imagine if we're coming from even lower levels on volatility, while the jewel's already in bullish control mode, we're probably going to get just as an aggressive of a move up, if not even more. And that was like several X's from there. Where was it? 20. Here we go. 173% move to the upside when we were coming from even lower levels of volatility than we were there. And now momentum has fully reset. The first time around, they rejected from getting into bullish control, but this time around, this is very likely going to make it into there. Which, if that happens, and we do close over this median, that's going to give us a Georgia number, and it's going to be very easy to hit that Georgia number too of $158,000. We probably even go higher than the Georgia number of 38.2. We probably go to the Georgia number of 50%, which is at 196,651. You can go and buy yourself a new AMG GTC for 1 Bitcoin.
That's unreal.
The jewel starting to curve back around too, was in bullish control. It's basing off of this pink fast moving average, and now it's about to shift into light blue cyan on this next monthly open. And that'll also take it into bullish control, which it has not, or the critical area, which has not actually even popped into since around December of 2020, when we went from less than $10,000 straight to $65,000. The last time before that we were in the critical zone was in the biblical rally of 2017. We went straight from 3,000 to 19.5 in like 2 months. I miss those pumps from 2017. I wonder if we'll ever get those again in crypto. You could literally close your eyes, throw a dart on a board of tickers, and get a 10x on a shitcoin in 2017.
Yeah.
Those were the best times, but now it's kind of hard. Teddy brought up a great point that I read online where he goes, nothing has really gotten done on crypto. Like, we had NFTs, we already had meme coins, we already had all these things. Sorry, I just did some push-ups. We already had all these things. The only thing that's changed is the level of degen. So now people are going through things faster. So they're just buying, dumping, buying, dumping. So there's nothing that's kind of like sticking around. Like, you can get those X's, but it's going to be way harder now. So it kind of feels like that's the trend indeed.
Yeah, but we also saw what happened with 2017 when everybody was like just all in for the moon, is that almost all of them walked it back to zero.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing, right? You make so much money theoretically that you haven't really cashed out. You're going to think it's going to roll and run way more, and it's going to be as easy as it was, and bam, you go back.
What I don't understand is, say you took $1,000 or even $10,000, you ran it to the moon, you have like $3 or $4 million now. Why the fuck would you not cash out at least 1 million?
Because
you got brainworms?
Yeah.
Dude, because people think if it's 3 million now, it's going to be 10 million in a month. And that's what gets you.
Okay, so say you walked it down from 3 million down to 1.5. Fucking sell then.
I wish I could help you, dude, and everybody else.
It's literally gambling addiction.
Crypto now, it's just too big to get those 2017 gains. I mean, the whole market cap of crypto in 2017 was like 800 billion. Now it's, it's over the trillion. So,
3 trillion.
Yeah, so it's those were the fun days for sure.
Is crypto now bigger than Apple?
Not yet.
No, I'm sorry.
It might be with the pump. I'm sorry. Go on.
No, that's just it. So like the time trading in 2017 was insane, because when you were dealing with 800 billion in total crypto market cap, then you really can get those like wife changing gains essentially.
That's how the biggest guys on crypto Twitter, the guys who are in the hundreds of millions / billion status, made most of their monies degenning on shitcoins in 2017, cashing out, putting it in Bitcoin, and riding that from 3K to 70.
Legit.
Yep. Yeah, incredible.
That was the ultimate play. On CME on the monthly, we're currently well over this 38.2%, which is the breakout zone. Like the last time we closed over the 38.2 was back in December of 2023, right after the Hamas setup. We went from about $38,000 all the way up to $73,000 in a straight line. We're getting that same setup right now. Not only that, but we're closing over this 161% Fibonacci level. If we get 3 closes over this area, that's going to give us a statistical target of hitting the 261.8%, which is, I don't know if you can consider this a Georgia number, but it's 129,730. Who am I kidding?
Still,
yeah, that's a Georgia number.
It is, but it's like at the bottom of those numbers. I'll let it slide, if you will.
And it also lines up with the 61.8% on the HPDR bands, where we're coming from such low levels on our volatility that would be our natural target if we close over the 38.2. And whenever you see like two different, fibs are not an indicator, but whenever you see an indicator and one of like these technical things line up, it gives you a very solid price target of somewhere around like 126,000 to 129,730. And CME, remember, does have a price premium over spot. So if CME is at 129, spot may be at like 127, 128, probably not exactly the same number. The perps will be different, the perpetual futures, because those are driven by leverage. So whenever shorts are liquidated, they become forced buyers. So there's more volume in the perpetual futures market, and that'll take the price slightly higher than the spot market will go. See what the quarterly is at. All right, the quarterly is currently approaching the 38.2%. We're very close to it. And as of this moment, this 38.2 is going to be a magnet for price action, especially since we have several closures over the median. And 38.2 takes us to $110,800. If we close over that 38.2, though, because we're at such low levels on our volatility on the monthly, that takes us to the 161. This is the 61.8%. Yeah, on the quarterly, my bad. Since we're at such low levels of volatility on the quarterly, that takes us to the 61.8%. Where it lines up perfectly with that 261.8% fib level. It is currently at 135,333, and the fib level is 129,700. Very, very similar. Go to Tether. The HPDR is not going to give much help on this because there's not too much history. But as of this moment, we're currently below the 95%, which takes us down to the 100%. And this thing likes to wick below the 100% a lot. It just rarely doesn't really close. This time kind of closed below it, just barely. But it's also because we don't have very much history at all on this. So it doesn't give you, it's not that reliable. But that 100% is right there in the mid 3% area, like right around 3.5%. And keep that number in the back of your mind, mid threes. As of this moment now, we are losing the 78.6 on the HPDR, while our momentum is heavily in bearish control and volatility is pointing up to support it. It's at currently 80% on our volatility, so we could still go a good amount lower before volatility is topped out, and we would have a mean reversion. And since if we close below the 78.6, that is at 4.81% or 4.27% right here. Yeah, 4.27%. That brings us down towards this 100 EMA because we're gonna be closing below these two wick lows, which is increases the probability of breaking this wick low. And that 100 EMA sits right at 3.31%, right next to that 3.5% number from our quarterly. On the 2 week, we have already lost the 61.8%, and now we're approaching the 78.6. And our volatility is kind of sideways right now. So if we're getting a huge dump while volatility is sideways, imagine what's going to happen when volatility picks up. And momentum is still within bearish control. That still gives us a target as long as we keep closing below the 61.8 of this 200 SMA, around 3.5%. 3.5, 3.3, 3.5 is the number that keeps coming up. The 78.6 has already been lost on the weekly, and now we're approaching the 88.3. Our volatility is still not even close to being tapped out yet. We still have about like another 12% to go before it's topped out, and our momentum is still heavily within bearish control. That would bring us down towards this meme line at about 3.98% down to this 95%, which is at about 3.7%. But it probably goes a little bit lower based on that 3.3% number to the 3.5% number from our monthly and quarterly. 5 day is also losing the 78.6, and it's approaching this 88.3, around like 3.9 to 3.98%. That's probably going to be the area where we get a short term, like maybe dead cat bounce, a relief rally on Tether, where we pop back up, tap the 78.6%, and then continue towards the downside. And that might be what happens whenever we go towards maybe 96, 97,000, make a rejection, and then consolidate for the next couple of weeks before we continue back upwards around Christmas time to New Year time. because nothing goes up or down in a straight line. Both of them are due a mean. Both of them are due a mean reversion. The 2-day is currently steadily rejecting this 5 EMA after this huge dump right around November of this year, right around the election time. It's been below the 5 EMA every single time. The first thing that'll tell you that something different is happening and that we should be looking mean reversions for both Tether and crypto is if we start to close over this 5 EMA. Because if we close over the 5 EMA, that's going to give us probabilities of going up towards this 38.2, which is not that much higher, but it's still decent. It's enough to cause a decent pullback on cryptos. It's about like almost 11% up from here on the market cap of Tether, stablecoin. So if the stablecoin is going up 11%, Bitcoin is probably going down, probably like 15 to 20%, and cryptos are probably going. Shitcoins, let's say, are probably going down like 30 to 40%. But that's going to be pretty scary when everybody thinks that the cycle has stopped, and everybody's going to want to get out of those shitcoins first.
Yep.
And that's when you see those. Sorry?
It's so funny how he normally just plays the same, and we all fall for it over and over. It's kind of like the war thing. We all fall for it still. Like you hear that there's war, and we all go like, "Oh no, this is the end.
We're all gonna die."
Yeah.
As if the rich people who control the world are gonna let their money get burned up and their peasants die.
I know.
How dare you kill my peasants? He pays me taxes.
Now what am I supposed to do? Get a real job? I don't know how to do anything.
On the daily as well, we're rejecting this 5 EMA this whole way down. And now we're approaching this bottom 38.2, which as of this moment, since we're rejecting the median as well multiple times, bottom 38.2 becomes our magnet for price before any type of bounce. And right now that's sitting at 4.12%. But since our volatility is starting to turn up from very, very extreme levels, this is probably going to go a little bit more than that 38.2, probably going to come down to the 61.8 where this meme line is at, right around 3.98%. And that meme line is that first place where I think we get that mean reversion bounce on Tether. I don't think it's going to, the bounce is going to hold. I just think it's a short-term bounce to get some relief and reset the oscillators. The 4 hours already sitting at the bottom 38.2, and it's losing it currently it's at 4.18%. We're exactly at 4.18%. If we lose that, that's going to confirm to us our next short-term leg up on Bitcoin and cryptos until at that point where I think we're going to find our next local top.
So basically what you're seeing is we're going to most likely do a little top at 96, then revert back 10-15% on Bitcoin perhaps, and then go actually hit the George target, the first one.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's way too easy to just go straight up to 100, especially because of the significant levels on the HPDR, which showed $96,000. Because you usually don't go straight through the monthly median the first time around. It's a very, very significant low.
Yeah.
Now on the 4 hour on Bitcoin, we're getting expansion to the upside as Tether's 4 hours breaking down. We're currently over the 61.8% at 94,167, and volatility is expanding well over this neutral area. It's at only a very nice 69%. So we have a lot more to go. Like 30% more to go on volatility. The momentum is breaking back into bullish control. That would give us a target towards this 78.6 towards to the 88.3, which is right in there in that $95,700 to $97,000 area. This is the area where I think we probably find our next local top. And what I would love to see, picture perfect, is if we get a wake up to this 88.3, close red, and then that would take us all the way back down towards at least this bottom 38.2, which is around $91,000 currently. But since this 21 has been tested so many times, this probably doesn't hold. It probably takes us to the 55. 55 is currently just below $90,000 at like 88. What I'm thinking is going to happen is might be a little too hopium for bears, but I think we're probably going to get that CME gap fill right around. Let me show you guys where it is. Right here.
It's like 77.
Right at 77.9. So about 78, 77, $9,000. I really think this is going to fail because we have a 90% chance of filling all gaps. Gaps rarely get left behind.
What's that percent? What's the percentage drop from there?
Let's see. It's calculated from 96.
Yeah.
It's about 19 to 20%.
There you go.
which is a very, very, very normal bull market pullback number.
Mhm.
Switch the momentum chart. Sheesh, that monthly candle's insane.
And it's like at all-time highs right now.
It's like Luke Skywalker's lightsaber. Sorry,
Yeah.
you massive nerd. Monthly volatility is tapped below 15%, and now it's starting to expand. And then it started contracting again, and now it's expanding again a little bit higher than it did over there. It doesn't really make that much of a difference, but you do see that on the consolidation phase, it was enough to drop the volatility, but not quite as much as the consolidation of the bear market and then the FTX collapse. We'll get confirmation of volatility expansion when it gets above the moving average. And then because we're coming from below 15% on our volatility, not quite a Hamas setup, but let's call it a. Sorry?
Still pretty good. Let's call it what?
Let's call it a bombing of Libya setup.
There you go. There you go. The Libya setup.
The Libya setup.
These are the kinetic setups, which is just like a little bombing on Syria, a little bombing on Iran, a little bombing on Libya. This is a kinetic setup, absolutely.
Just pepper them with some bombs. Or Ukraine setup. Oh no, that'll be to the downside. Now we're getting monthly momentum flipping back up to at the edge of the bullish critical zone, and then that number is going to be to the upside as long as price is above $82,700, or about like $12,000 above that right now. So I feel like it's pretty good, but we have seen crazier things in a $13,000 candle to the downside on a monthly. So
yeah,
I mean we're currently seeing a $16,000 monthly candle, so 13 to the downside is not that crazy.
Is that the biggest monthly candle we've had?
I think so.
It looks like it.
Actually, wow. It's an $18,000 monthly candle. This is definitely the biggest monthly candle we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah. In terms of percentage-wise, easily. 2-week is now giving us the Hamas setup, and the Hamas setup is already confirmed on the 2-week. We got many, many periods of 0% volatility, just like we did on the previous Hamas setup. We're flipping back up on our momentum, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, just like we did on that previous Hamas setup. But the difference is, though, now we are starting from lower levels on our volatility than we did on the initial Hamas setup. So it should theoretically be more of an aggressive move than this one, all the way from the 20s all the way up to $73,000. This is what lines us up for a George number, this setup right here, because we're expanding on volatility from many periods of 0%, and we're only at 35%. After we've gotten this much of a candle to the upside, we'll move to the upside. About 73.5% move to the upside. Volatility is only 1/3 of the way there.
The Hamas setup never fails, son. If anyone was following the Hamas setup up in here, they're doing pretty well.
Oh, yeah. That was very...
Just like Ricky from Trailer Park Boys, they're rich as fuck.
Exactly.
Now momentum is about to enter into the critical zone as well. As long as price is above 70,555, we're $24,000 over that, so probably going to happen. And we're going to last time we entered into the critical zone, price went from $39,000 all the way up to $73,000. That would be 164% to the upside. Let's not do 164%. Let's be a little reasonable and only do a small 100%. George, watch your pants.
He's a proud boy right now. Oh my God.
That takes us to that crazy George number on the HPDR.
I'll actually drop this here. There's a dude that I follow, and he's been fucking dead on everything he says. He's a more analytical guy. He comes from like different technology backgrounds, and he's done like a lot of shit. Mm-hmm. Dude's saying that we're gonna get to 300. and he's nailed everything. Like I myself, I walk away from like doing predictions anymore and going like, we're going to 100. Like it doesn't serve me any purpose. But I kind of believe
your voice cut out for a second.
Oh, it did. I'm sorry. Oh,
Yeah.
I was saying.
You know who?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Continue.
You know what?
There's this one guy named Peter Brandt. He's one of the most legendary technical analysts of all time. He's been trading for about like I want to say 40 something years. He's the one. He's the one person who crowned respects for TA like basically more than anyone other than his mentor. And he was saying that Peter Brandt was posting a huge inverse head and shoulders on the Bitcoin chart, saying that he was targeting somewhere around $300,000.
Yeah, I think it's doable. Not saying straight there, but I think it's doable in this cycle.
That'd be crazy, but I think it would take like a year.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is not happening right now. Yeah, we're far from it. Right now, let's just focus on the Hamas setup, taking us to that $200,000.
That's fucking insane.
I just
a used Lamborghini for 1 Bitcoin.
Basically. Damn.
Pretty soon you get a new one for 1 Bitcoin. Weekly is giving a little bit of a Hamas setup too. Many periods of 0% volatility on this consolidation phase. Then we started expanding. What's funny though is the volatility initially started expanding on this dump, which was a trap. Because volatility expanded, sure, but we never went over 15%. And then as soon as price started going up, it started expanding over 15%. And now volatility is at 75%. So we still have about 20% more to go on our volatility before we're topped out. And we're now entering into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as price is over $88,600. The last time we were expanded from that level of volatility, we didn't even have that many periods of 0%. But that was our right around June of 2023. Price was $26,000, and it went from there towards $73,000. Now we have many more periods of 0% volatility, so technically it should be a more powerful setup. Everything is telling us George numbers.
Everything.
5-day, many periods of 0% expanding, currently at 87%. Could go easily more. Momentum is up as long as you're above $89,600. So still pointed in favor of the bulls. 2 days is at many periods of 100% volatility. The moving average still has not caught up. Moving average is at 90, a little bit below it. We'll get confirmation of volatility contraction once the volatility drops below the moving average. At that point, then we should expect a mean reversion. But as long as that doesn't happen, we should still be expecting more upside. And momentum is going to be pointed up as long as price is over 93,770.
Exactly. The daily's probably going to front run that. There you go.
Yep. The daily is contracting now from many periods of 100% volatility. We're now below the moving average, and the moving average is dropping as well. So whatever that tells us, whatever move to the upside we get right now is very likely going to be our top. Very likely that this next leg is going to be our top, and maybe we're even there. But we can go a little bit higher, maybe towards 96, and then that's the area where you're going to have your highest probability shorts. And then your stop loss would be a little bit like if it blasts past your number and it goes way higher, you're probably going to get fucked because your stop loss is going to be on a daily close, and a lot can happen on a daily close. So if you close the daily over like 96.5, that's where you would cut the short. But in that type of situation, price can shoot up from 96.5 to like 108, and then you're fucked.
Oh yeah, no. Well, your account is absolutely obliterated.
Your account got the Nagasaki setup.
You got Nagasaki, son.
And daily momentum is going to flip back up, and it's going to remain in the critical zone as long as price is over 92,130. Interesting how momentum flipped down for a bit, and we didn't even drop at all. Damn, bears are such cucks. They say on Twitter bears are racist, but I guess they're cucks.
Mostly. They're mostly Cardano holders, so yeah.
We got your share right here, sir.
By the way, you can be a Cardano holder or a Hyundai driver. They're both the same. It's like you're collecting chairs at hotels that point to the bed.
Especially if they're riced out.
That's right. Hyundai. Watch another. Do you enjoy watching another man bang your wife? Look no further. Hyundai will take you to that hotel room so you can sit comfortably on that chair while your wife performs dirty, deviant, sexual acts in front of you by another man. Hyundai.
At only 7.99% interest.
Sorry, go on. I had to do my commercial.
Hyundai should pay you for that one.
I'm sure they will.
That it's so hilarious how in that Jaguar commercial they were like doing some being bold and doing something new by just using the most basic font ever that's all of these companies are using, contemporary style.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable, dude. You can't write those jokes. Like, no one would believe that's true.
That's literally what McDonald's font is like.
Mm-hmm. Are you done with this one? I can translate this.
I'm just about.
Oh, got it.
The 4 hour is now expanding from 5% volatility, and we're at about to hit 56%. So that's telling us we have that one more move left in before volatility is tapped out, right around probably takes us $96,000, and momentum is going to be to the upside as long as we're above 94 150. So, and the more closes we get over that, and while volatility is expanding, increases the probabilities of us hitting that monthly median at 96,000. Right now.
Very, very nice, senor. I'm going to share Alex's screen, and let's get to it. Let's get to the push-ups one more time.
Yeah, I mean, my analysis is very similar to Farms. We're just going to take it to first Tether Dominance. The zone we've been talking about for a while, it's at 3.79%. And it's kind of like we're in this weird place in Tether Dominance where we're kind of just in like the gray zone where, yeah, we have the 50% here, but we have more pending support at 3.79. So you're kind of just in the middle. Therefore, not really giving you a clear setup, especially if you're trying to have the bias of up and trying to short crypto. This chart kind of shows you it hasn't really been easy to short Bitcoin. Considering, since we've lost that 5.2%, we've just been steadily going down. And then we've chopped here, but still this chop has led to just consistent lower highs to lower lows still. And so now what we're doing is, let's see if we take it to a 2-day if it starts becoming a little more clear. Now what we see is we're consistently seeing that 90 to 95% on the HVDR come in right around our meme line at 3.79%. We know that 3.79% on Tether Dominance is pretty important. It marked the bottom here in March before going up. Let's see how much from the wick low to the wick high. Yeah, before checking up 77%. So it's very significant. We know that this 3.79% is what takes Tether Dominance higher once it holds. And if it doesn't hold and if it deviates, it actually dumps us lower, like here, where we made the bearish retest. Once we rejected it, we ended up dumping another 35%. And so why I'm bringing this up is because I think it's lining up nicely with kind of what Farn was talking about, but also what I see, which is, on Bitcoin, you can't really be getting too bullish up here, just considering the facts that we have the daily and the 2-day at extreme volatility. We know if we throw the daily on right here, we see that the $95,000 level is coming in right. It's approaching it. While we also know that monthly median here is Farn so beautifully mentioned here, we're approaching it, which we know historically this is a very strong area. There's not many times on like a chart, specifically in Bitcoin's chart, because remember, there's not much data we're dealing with on this chart. It's fairly young compared to stuff like, just like equities and whatnot. A monthly level rarely gets hit. And so it would be wise to be more cautious and even maybe slightly be on short watch around here. I say that more if you get the trigger. Just because it's simply where we're at, considering also that we know the daily volatility and the 2-day volatility is at extreme levels. And we know that Tether Dominance is approaching some kind of bounce zone here. I do think it can all align where, this is still would be a nice, pretty nice percent down still from where we're at. Almost, basically 10%, while Bitcoin moving up to that monthly median, which to me, when I look at it, it seems like we're going to get just like almost a free ride to there, considering we're very close, but it's still almost a 3% move. And so we'll have to see. We obviously don't need to tap it and reject immediately. especially when the monthly is closing in 10 days. There's probably going to be a lot of like fuckery around here. But with, you know, the data we know, any pullback that we get on Bitcoin will just probably be a higher low, leading to that, you know, historical $100,000 level that everyone wants. And I say that just to reiterate again that, you know, we do have that 2-week blooming, and it's very fresh and it's still expanding. So this expanding is telling me that, you know, a pullback scenario, just like I was mentioning, once we saw that weekly start firing off, a pullback scenario is nothing more than hopium. And that's kind of what it's been for a straight month. You know, we've had 4 consistent green candles of just up. And so when we know that the weekly has reclaimed the 50% here, the next level is 120. You know, it would be interesting to see Bitcoin go up to that 95, 96K and actually get some deep pullback and then retest that 50% here, or even maybe retest all the way down to that weekly 9, which does fill that gap, takes us a little lower, because, you know, for people who think it's going to be easy, we fill the gap and go up. Be very Bitcoin to do that while still forming a higher low. You know, and as long as Bitcoin is, like I've said here, as long as we're above $59,000, you know, that to me is the higher low before the higher high. And so any pullback to there, even going all the way back, you know, and testing even all the way back down to 70s would still be keeping the trend. It'll just really determine what this next high up does in that, you know, period. But that is why, you know, it's very bullish. Bitcoin's looking extremely good. I would love to see some kind of deep pullback, which could come sometime this week or next week. And if we don't get that deep pullback, then, you know, all eyes on that 103 to 105 level. When we take Bitcoin on the 5-day, when we put it to its spot, let me see here if it wants to load. We do see that 5 days looking quite strong, and we are approaching almost the top at the BBWP, but we easily can go up to that 90, 92, 93%, hit the extremes, and then just stay there. You know, and so we're hoping that a pullback will come, but when I view the 5-day, it really seems like it does want to test up here. But for now, we're just going to take it level to level. And for me, it's really simple when I put it in these terms. I do think 3.79% is going to get hit on Tether Dominance. And then from there, I do think we're going to get a deeper pullback in terms of Bitcoin. Once we hit this, I do think we're going to consolidate and then end up coming up. We're probably going to hit the 5-day EMA 9, come up a little bit above 4.79, and then come down. Again, this will keep the downtrend. While this will probably give Bitcoin that nice pullback. And then, you know, once Bitcoin does come down, it loses 90K, it's, you know, all the way back down to almost 70. 13% to 15% flush outs are very normal for Bitcoin. You know, especially when we know we view it on the weekly, usually we get, you know, some kind of pullback after 2 to 3 weeks of green on Bitcoin. Here's the pullback. When we take it here, 1, 2, 3, here is the pullback. You know, even around here, we had 1, 2, and here was the pullback. And that doesn't mean much, but it just shows me, you know, we're at the extremes of this pump. And so it's very wise to be just cautious around here. Bitcoin dominance is still continuing to look good. I know this is CME. Bitcoin CME still continuing to look good. It'll be interesting to kind of see where this daily closes, actually, because closing back above the 50%, you know, we do see that 102 is still kind of getting brought up a lot. 102 to 103. That's why I mentioned on the Discord, if that 95 to 96,000 doesn't reject, which I do believe it will, then I'm watching that 102 to 105 as the next rejection point, which is crazy to even talk about. But when we just look at Bitcoin CME, you know, it's funny because it's just look at the strength of the 8-hour 9. It's been very simple. Any pullbacks to that have just been bought up. And even on the 8-hour chart, we see here reclaim the 50%, you know, not too far away from 98 to 97,000. But this tells me, because there is some slight premium over spot price, that, you know, CME can go slightly higher, but still continues to look amazing. And yeah, the weekly right now is still expanding. I'm curious to see how the 2-week looks. Yeah, it continues to look good. And the monthly here, and not really getting much. But see that monthly again, 103 to 104, even on CME. As I was saying, though, Bitcoin dominance is looking good. We are approaching that monthly EMA 100, so it is something to be mindful of. Again, you should see some kind of pullback there that, again, lines up probably with Tether Dominance hitting our support, Bitcoin rejecting our monthly median around here, 96,000. And then it would be interesting to see Bitcoin Dominance get some actual pullback around that 62.5%. But, right, the trend will still be our friend, and any pullback down will just be looked at as like some higher low. This trend up for Bitcoin Dominance has been very aggressive, and that's why you really haven't seen altcoins make those juicy gains yet. And it's interesting to see because in my experience, I'm seeing a lot of people, at least what I see is a lot of people seem like they're kind of balls deep in alts. No one really seems happy that Bitcoin's pumping. So, we could see potentially a pullback on Bitcoin dominance, which could lead to.
I apologize to interrupt, but my ride is here.
Do it up, son. Have a good one.
Appreciate you, fellas.
So, this could lead to some kind of pullback for Bitcoin dominance. Maybe Bitcoin gives us a pullback or at least consolidates. Doesn't have to just full on pull back. At least just with history has shown us we do get some kind of pullback. But, with Bitcoin dominance approaching the meme line, but also, that monthly EMA 100, we have never tapped it. So we're not dealing with any history with the correlation of like price flirting with the EMA 100, but we still just have to look at that as resistance because it's lining up nicely with our meme line. This probably will somewhat reject this, and then ideally this could give certain alts the bid, which could be kind of playing into maybe ETH and Solana and certain ones catching.
And again, I think in here people have to be cautious with their alt entries and stuff, simply because money doesn't flow in the same way as it did in the past. Now we have ETFs, and they're catching a lot of bids through the ETFs. So just saying, it's not easy to just liquidate your ETF and then, all right, I'm going to go buy Solana. Is there an ETF I can get? No.
Right. No, 100%. I mean, most retirement funds can't even invest in altcoins. You just have to go into like Robinhood or Webull and do that, which now just got listed. So there's already a bad vibe with altcoins, at least for boomers, well notices and so forth. But and even the weekly on Bitcoin dominance still looking like let me change this. Still looking very healthy. Even exactly, even despite this up only. This simple little consolidation right here, reset volatility, and this is a good actually example for everyone. In this zone here, you don't really need major pullbacks to reset volatility all the way down. You just need consolidation if you're bullish. And this consolidation was bullish. Why? Because we were above the weekly 9. It's kind of at least my indicator. If the bullish, if we're consolidating and if it's bullish or not, as long as it's above the moving averages I watch, it is bullish. And then we get the expansion up. And so this is still looking quite good. We have the 80% right around that 62.58%. And so it's just something to be mindful of. We gave the long last night for the Academy, actually. Not the Academy, the Discord. And it was very easy. It was based on the 4-hour. To me, it was logical. We just simply didn't want 91,000 to get lost. And so we gave the long out right around 91,800. But we did mention, we got to watch that 96 to 95K. So the Discord's happy. They're making money. But, if you're taking like little scalps there, how I figured out, 90, at least under 91K stop loss, which is right here, is you're just simply playing the trend. With the 4-hour, was consistently making, higher lows. And so now we have our higher high break. And that's why, we always just say the trend is your friend. But also, we talked about this channel here. It did break out. It wasn't the cleanest because we kind of fell back in. This is why it's more subjective how you draw these meme lines. But, regardless, we did get the expansion that we wanted towards the end of it. If we actually take this down here, we did get somewhat expansion. This just tells you right here that the trend was still up. It's still healthy in this consolidation. Yes, we had pullbacks. Yes, I even went short here and there. But, the strength still held, and that didn't really work out. So, Bitcoin's making a new all-time high today. It's definitely bull market vibes for sure when we're making all-time highs every day. It won't always be like this. I'm getting, my personal opinion, a lot of top signals. I don't think Bitcoin will top, but I definitely think we can get some easy pullback. And it's very Bitcoin, to get some major pullback. We even on when we had the Hamas setup, this from wick high to wick low was a 15% weekly candle.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty strong, in my opinion. And then we trek up, and then minimal pullbacks until we started to chop around here. So that's all I really see on Bitcoin. But a good confluence was far, and I'm watching 95, 96K. If we blast through that like butter, which again we easily could, it's especially if Tether Dominance, if it's not as correlated as I think, and maybe it goes all the way down to 4%, and Bitcoin now is at 96K. Then yeah, maybe we do end up going to that 103, and because I do think at least a bigger bounce will come around here, because that's just what history has shown us with Tether Dominance. Just this zone here is very important, so I don't see why we wouldn't just fulfill the prophecy and come down, especially when you don't have the HBDR and you just view it like this. Fresh breakdown, really kind of retested it here. Now it's just kind of nothing but air. It's just simply like how it was here. And here, once we lose it, it just kind of goes down and meets the level. So that's all I have for Bitcoin. It's looking good. We're now making even a new high right now. Before I go, I'll just view maybe the lower time frames, just real low. Maybe like the hourly, just to kind of see if we see anything.
Just for shits and giggles.
Why not? Martin's not here. Just do it. And like this is looking strong. This is looking very strong. We do see again good confluence with the hourly that at 95% at 96,000.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So if you're trying to like maybe catch a short or maybe look for some entry, that's why I like the HBDR, because I can even go lower and we can just like see, okay, well, if that's at 96,000, what's like the 15-minute doing? If it wants to load. And again, we're just like seeing, okay, yeah, if we even go to like 96.7, maybe on a wick basis, because Bitcoin likes wick up too and trap everyone. Oh, it's going crazy. People FOMO. It taps 96,700 and then comes down. So you statistically have a 99% chance of going down, meaning you have a 1% chance of continuation. So, maybe something like this, unless you get some trigger, something like this, and we get a pullback. And then the nice part about Bitcoin is most people short into this, and it's easy. If you're watching your phone and you get the trigger and you can short the extremity high, like sometimes I do, great, awesome. But if you're already like thinking it was going to dump and then it ends up dumping 1 or 2%, you probably don't want to end up buying that, because even when Bitcoin's going down, it always puts in some kind of pattern like this where it'll get some bounce, it'll go up, we'll almost get to the high, and then we'll come down. And then we'll form like this kind of like lower high structure, even just forms lower highs on the lower time frame. You simply have your stop wherever this topped out, and then that's kind of your short trigger. It seems so simple, but when we do get those really fast pumps back up, everyone gets kind of bullish. That's kind of where I start watching to see, okay, do we break this high or do we not, and form something like that? And then that could be the short trigger to go down. You'll know we're going to get more of a deeper pullback with what? Well, simply put, you'll know if we're going to get a deeper pullback once we get a 4-hour closure under this EMA 34. We essentially caught a bottom here on it. And so that tells me this is a pretty strong level. We first obviously need to lose the 4-hour 9, which is consistently holding now. And it's been holding consistently since we've been pumping. But when we lost it here, we went to the 21. And then, we ended up wicking to the 34. So to me, it would make sense to kind of be conservative if you are and you don't want to maybe short up here, to just watch us lose the 34 and then short basically the 21. Exactly, yeah, because I don't use the 55. I just use it for crosses, and you can just see here, we lose the 34 on the 4-hour, pretty big drop to the 100. And usually with Bitcoin, once you lose the 34, you get a free move to the 100. Let's see here. Here almost came down, rejected, and then it hit the 100. Here, we lost the 34, rejected the 9, and then fell to the 100. It's very Bitcoin, and that's why I like using these EMAs, because not only do you see this big gap, it'll keep moving up, and then this just kind of can help you have a easy short. But that's all I see with Bitcoin's looking strong. If you don't know how to short, definitely don't like ape in all in. It's very peak player, and really watch that maybe lower high setup on the lower time frames. If we massively reject, don't ape in shorts there. We always end up getting some kind of bounce that leads to lower high if we're actually going to dump. If we're not, we're just going to break the high again and smoke shorts, which has been happening every time.
And it has. Exactly. That's why it's so dangerous, because it's fucked every single one that's tried so far, including me. Yeah, so there you have it. Apple next, because Apple has a Hamas setup. I believe it's the weekly or the 2-week. We talked about it.
Yeah, I think it was the weekly.
Yeah, so let's check that out. All righty, let me translate this. Thank you, sir. That was amazing. Vale, estamos viendo Bitcoin en altos históricos, damas y caballeros. Continuamos haciendo estos altos históricos deliciosos, 94,786, y esto me lleva rápidamente, antes de que lleguemos a los números que a ver si es que llegamos, pero antes de que lleguemos justamente a lo que estamos platicando ahorita en este análisis que nos acaba de dar Alex y Farhan también. Estamos viendo Bitcoin está cotizando en este momento en $94,800, simplemente en spot. Estoy en una tabla mensual. Todo se ve bastante bien, vamos por arriba, continuamos rompiendo diferentes niveles, explorando nuevos altos. Lo que están viendo en esta temporalidad con el HPDR es que la media del HPDR, que saben perfectamente que tiene diferentes reglas y todo está basado en estadística y posibilidades, que la media del HPDR en la mensual está en los 96,250, más o menos por esa área. Y también tiene confluencia con la media del de una hora, estando en 95%, que también los lleva a $96,250. Esa zona tiene cara de ser el tope antes de que la media básicamente nos rechace y vayamos a visitar o tal vez los 91 o tal vez hasta los 78, donde hay un gap. No sabemos todavía cuál sea, o también podría romper e irse hasta los 108,000. Es por eso que también intentar hacer un short acá es bastante peligroso, porque no tienes ninguna referencia. Pero justo como acaba de decir Alex, a Bitcoin le mama hacer este tipo de cosas donde crea un nuevo máximo, luego pretende que se va a caer, luego va a pretender que va a volver a hacer otro máximo, no supera el otro máximo y continúa para abajo. El short probablemente lo quieras hacer en esta entrada. No lo querrás tomar en la primera si no tienes tanta experiencia o si no tienes los huevos bien agarrados en la mano, ¿no? Porque sí toma bastante valor hacer eso, porque se puede ir el precio a lo que sea y estás buscando un cierre, literalmente que el cierre sea en los 96,250. Ok, eso está dicho, hecho, puesto en la mesa para todos ustedes. Vale, vamos a continuar con el análisis de esto. Un segundo, discúlpenme, que ya saben que se me hace complicado. ¡Wow! Y lo mejor de todo es miércoles, ni siquiera es viernes. Podemos ver que la volatilidad en la mensual ni siquiera está expandiendo. Y se los he dicho 1000 veces, volatilidad es la verde, la bandita de colores, y el promedio es el blanco, y no tienes expansión oficial de volatilidad hasta que estás por encima del promedio. Cuando la volatilidad se monta por encima del promedio y lo ves arriba de la línea blanca, ahí es cuando tienes la expansión. Cuando lo ves caer de la línea blanca, tienes la contracción. Ahí es cuando empieza. Así que en la mensual no tenemos nada más que la volatilidad puede sigue apuntando para arriba y va a ir a buscar la media en el 35,35%, en lo que el movimiento está dándose a la alza. Pueden ver que justamente cuando la volatilidad se flipó a la alza, el movimiento fue agresivo. Justamente lo que habíamos visto. Vamos rápidamente al setup de Hamas. Lo hemos platicado 1000 veces, el setup de Hamas. Si ustedes siguieron el setup de Hamas, damas y caballeros, se activó justamente acá. Y eso nos dio este velazo. Recuerden, la última vez que tuvimos el setup de Hamas, llegamos de este punto de la tabla, básicamente, de acá, justamente esta vela. Bueno, espérame, no, le estoy contando mal. La estoy midiendo mal, discúlpenme. Ok. El setup de Hamas nos dio un 112%. Si esto nos diera un 112%, estamos hablando de que llegaríamos a los 150, 160 mil dólares. Pero no estamos pensando que vayamos a llegar rápido. El setup de Hamas está completamente activo. Para toda la gente que está apenas uniéndose y aprendiendo todos nuestros nombres y lingo, es parte de lo que usamos en nuestro análisis técnico para saber si la volatilidad expandiéndose está apoyando el movimiento de precio, porque cuando la volatilidad expande y el precio va en una dirección, normalmente la volatilidad ayuda a empujar esa dirección más. Es como ponerle un cohete a tu coche en lo que vas manejando para adelante o poner un cohete en tu coche en lo que vas en la parte de adelante si vas manejando para atrás. Así que es como el apoyo de esta fuerza. Cuando ves que vienes de periodos de nula volatilidad, que son estos azules, recuerda que esta es una tabla de 2 semanas, estás viendo 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 semanas de nula volatilidad, vienes de acá y tienes la expansión oficial arriba de 15%, es cuando empiezas a tomarla en serio si quieres. Y lo mismo se dio justamente acá. Estos setups normalmente lo que te ayudan es a entender que el movimiento va a ser agresivo y con cuánta fuerza. Y creo que es justamente lo que estamos viendo. Así que el setup de Hamas sigue siendo completamente, está invicto todavía. Seguimos en nuevos máximos históricos, 98,800, casi 50. Nada mal, nada mal Bitcoin. Vamos rápido a la mensual, digo a la semanal. En la semanal estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo, continuamos. Esta es una zona, y ahorita lo van a ver en temporalidades más cortas, déjenme me acerco, donde los 92,547, esta va a ser una zona importante para el precio. Ahorita en una temporalidad más corta lo van a ver, justo como acá en los 80,000, es una zona importante para el precio, es justamente por esto. Recuerda que estamos en tabla semanal, entonces no puedes ver exactamente el por qué, pero ahorita lo vas a ver. Podemos ver que estamos por encima de todos los promedios, bastante saludable, y volatilidad viene expandiendo de un setup estilo Jamás, que nos había dado un empuje falso, si lo quieren ver así. Déjenme les enseño por qué. Porque acá el setup de Jamás nos intentó decir que íbamos a subir en esta zona. Vamos a ponerlas esta y esta. Ok. ¿Vieron? Ahí fue donde la volatilidad cruzó a la alza y luego después del segundo cayó. Vamos a ver qué pasó. La volatilidad empujó a la alza. Básicamente nos fuimos de absolutamente lado todo ese tiempo. Después la volatilidad cayó debajo del promedio, que fue esto para engañar a todo el mundo de, no hombre, es que esto ya valió queso. Y después, ¿qué fue lo que pasó? La volatilidad vino a expandir justamente por acá. Déjame regreso y veo dónde expandió del 15 por aquí, justamente acá. En realidad la expansión comenzó por acá. Y vamos a ver qué hubiera pasado si sabes leer los setups de Jamás y volatilidad. Uy, digamos que te hubiera ido bien, carnal. Estás hablando de, después de esta vela, vamos a tomarlo de acá, un 37%. 37% de movimiento. Ahora, las buenas noticias para todo el mundo que se pregunta esto, a Bitcoin no le molesta para nada estar sobrevendido, llegar a extremos en volatilidad hasta la alza. Así que estando en 76%, todavía tienes camino para arriba en la semanal, lo que te dice que en temporalidad alta, como en un mes, 2 meses, probablemente vayas a ver continuación de este movimiento. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más y vamos a ponerlo en la de 2 días, donde empieza a enseñarnos un poco de justamente eso. Volatilidad en extremos, pero la volatilidad sigue por encima del promedio, lo sabes porque aquí arriba a la derecha te pone el 99,21%, que es la línea roja de abajo, junto con el de abajo que está blanco, que es 98,25%. Eso me dice que la volatilidad todavía está por encima, porque no la puedo ver por acá, del promedio y continúa expandiendo, pero estás en extremos. Ya empiezas a llegar al punto donde no va a tener tanta fuerza el cohete que le pusiste a tu coche. En la diaria, puedes ver que la volatilidad, aquí estás haciendo el front run, empezó a contraerse justamente aquí. Y ha estado bajando. Vamos a ver qué ha pasado desde ese entonces. Probablemente continuación, exactamente. Has tenido continuación alcista, pero está a punto de cansarse el movimiento. Estábamos viendo el HPDR en las de 4 horas. Uf, pero todavía en temporalidades cortas tienes potencia para continuar subiendo y también tienes camino. Acá perdimos un poco de la volatilidad, luego lo volvimos a tomar y continuamos la expansión justamente acá en la de 4 horas. Continúa esa expansión de volatilidad a la alza. Lo que continúa llevando el precio de Bitcoin a la alza. Una parte importante, recuerden que cada que estamos analizando Bitcoin tenemos que ver la dominancia de Bitcoin y aquí tenemos un punto bastante importante en nuestra opinión. Es la semanal, si no me equivoco. Déjame ajusto esto y... Ajá, exactamente. En la semanal podemos ver cómo literalmente empezamos a expandir justamente acá la volatilidad por encima del, bueno, no, en realidad fue acá, fue esto, exacto. Una vela antes, voy a moverlo. No se puede, es antes o después, esa es la que se puede. tienes esta expansión en la dominancia de Bitcoin y apenas estás teniendo el golpe a la alza. Esto muy probablemente nos vaya a llevar a los 62,000, al 62.31%. Mucha gente se está preguntando si ahora ya es tiempo de meterle en alts o están frustrados de que no están en el trade de Bitcoin, pero la dominancia de Bitcoin todavía puede llegar acá antes de dar una corrección, consolidar y después dar continuación o tal vez a la baja. No sabemos todavía, no vamos a intentar analizar eso. Lo que estamos viendo es que todavía este movimiento de la dominancia de Bitcoin tiene fuerza a la alza y eso no es bueno para altcoins, es bueno para Bitcoin. Déjame rápido ver una cosa. Ok, estoy pintando. Excelente, Alejandro. Felicidades. Sí, también hasta en la diaria tienes para moverte todavía para adelante con esto. ¿Qué me dices de la de 2 días? Volatilidad expandiendo. La volatilidad se está contrayendo en la de 2 días. Interesante. Pero ha estado contrayéndose desde este periodo en la de 2 días. Luego acá tuviste un setup de jamás que te engañó y acá fue la expansión. Ya veo. Interesante. Rápidamente, 2 semanas. 2 semanas volatilidad está expandiendo también desde acá atrás y eso nos ha llevado a que desde el 57% al 60% y hay continuación porque hay bastante camino para seguir corriendo. Ahora, USDT. Saben, y lo habíamos dicho, tuviste el breakdown de esta línea meme, pero rápidamente en la mensual quiero poner, no, en Bitcoin Dominance era esa la que queríamos poner, porque en la mensual, déjame, elimino todas mis líneas pendejas. En la mensual de Bitcoin Dominance, podemos ver, ¿era aquí la mensual? ¿Dónde está el promedio de los 200? Llegaba por acá. ¿O es la de Tether? Siento que me estoy volviendo loco, carnal. Denme un segundo. No, debe ser Tether. Sí, ok. Olviden esto. Ahí está. Vale. Aquí justamente está. Pueden ver que el promedio de la 100 en la dominancia de Tether, recuerden que Tether es un activo inverso a Bitcoin. Esto quiere decir que si Tether va para arriba, Bitcoin va para abajo. Si Tether va para abajo, como lo están viendo justamente acá, Bitcoin va para arriba. Nada más importante mantenerlo en mente y podemos ver que Tether está perdiendo justamente este nivel y ahora está cayendo y está en el 4.18% y continúa a la baja. Tiene fuerza todavía en la mensual. La volatilidad ni siquiera ha estado expandiendo desde ese entonces, así que vamos a ver probablemente continuación en esto. En la de 2 semanas puedes ver que la volatilidad está expandiendo en lo que estás teniendo el precio cayendo, por lo que nos va a decir que muy probablemente vengamos a esta área en los 3.55 a los 3.2, que es justamente donde habíamos visto el promedio de la 100 acá. En lo que estás cayendo puedes ver que la volatilidad está expandiendo y esto quiere decir, no importa qué dirección vaya tu coche, le estás poniendo los cohetes atrás y tristemente vas para abajo. La volatilidad todavía puede expandir aún más, señores. Está en 67, en 63.49% y a Tether no le gusta. Sí ha estado en sobreextremos. Así que todavía le falta bastante para llegar al 99%, lo que nos dice que este movimiento todavía tiene fuerza. Vamos rápido a la diaria y podemos ver que estaba este movimiento tal vez un poco agotado y fue justo lo que habíamos platicado, que fue el lunes, de que esto podría tener un rebote. Podrías ver algo así en lo que Bitcoin hace tope y después continuar su caída, su trayectoria para ver el final del ciclo de Bitcoin después. No sabemos cuándo será, pero bastante alcista. Bitcoin se ve muy bien. Siguiente objetivo son los 92,200 o 92,500. Digo, 96,250 o 96,500, más o menos, que es donde estamos encontrando los puntos en el HPDR que nos dan toda esta confluencia de un tope antes de un pullback y después continuación. No sabemos qué tan agresivo vaya a ser el pullback. Nuestra primera opción son los $92,000. Segunda van a ser por acá de los, en realidad, los $80,000 y de ahí el 77. Va a ser extremo si es que se da, es lo que pensamos. Y si no, los 92,600 va a ser una zona muy importante para el precio. Se los había dicho y lo pueden ver acá. ¿Por qué? En la diaria. pueden ver exactamente que hemos intentado romper esta zona, lo tocamos una vez más, intentamos, pero no tienes un cierre por encima, y después venimos, nos recargamos y tuvimos expansión de precio justamente acá. Así que Bitcoin se ve muy bien. Vamos a ver qué tanta continuación tenemos, vamos a ver si se da ese tope o si va a haber continuación a los 103,000, 108,000, que serían los siguientes objetivos dentro del HPDR. Le mandamos la señal a todos ustedes del long en el Discord de Elite Trading Academy, que de nuevo es absolutamente gratis. Los veo que están imprimiendo, perros. Felicidades, bien hecho, bien armado. Y vamos a continuar dándole con todo a esto. Vamos a Apple. ¿Cómo de que no, carajo? ¿Cómo de que no?
Nice.
Yes, sir.
So Apple,
there it is.
Yeah, so here's the weekly setup. And let me throw this rainbow off. And we can see here, even with BBWP telling us to set up, so is the Bollinger Bands. They're actually pinching, and they can obviously get tighter, but theoretically, we should see a move soon. I'm curious to see here. So our last move here on Apple, that gave us almost like the same volatility setup where we had the Bollinger Bands pinching to the expansion up. Let's see percentage-wise how much that was. I'll take it like here. Yeah, so that was almost 20%, which is kind of crazy if you think about it, because Apple's, it's a pretty big company. So for it to go 20% is pretty insane. That was on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, 5 weekly closures of zero volatility. We're at 6. So this is telling me it's going to be bigger.
But now tell me if I'm wrong. This move could be to the downside, though, right?
% right. And I was about to get into that. Yeah, because and remember, I actually right now I just gave out a short setup, so this will play in nicely. So what do we know here? Let's dissect this. Well, we know that we are now under the monthly median, which just inherently kind of makes me cautious, because that's a pretty important level to hold. After Apple reclaimed its weekly median, I think I said monthly, we're under the weekly median. After it reclaimed its weekly median, here back in April, it just led to up only. I mean, it likes to be up above the weekly median, and then kind of once we lost it, just ended up we're just chopping. Any reclaims of it quickly get lost, like here, quick deviation, and we see we're now under the weekly 9, and so that kind of just guides our bias. But we also know if we throw on the Bollinger Bands again, I'm kind of liking the way the upper Bollinger Bands sitting right where that weekly median is. And so that kind of tells me that, because I know people that just trade off the Bollinger Bands, and it does work. It's not the highest hit rate strategy, but this in confluence with the weekly median tells me that this could be a strong place of resistance, if not just that 230, which we're slightly front running now. That's my first point on why I'm more on the bias that this will actually break down than break up. If we take that and we just view the EMAs, what do we see here? Well, we see that weekly EMA 34 has caught Apple, on that major dump here. I think that was in the Japan, like carrier trade news, where we kind of dumped, quickly reclaimed, and then we've just been holding the 21. And so now we're rejecting the EMA 9 and the EMA 5. This, as long as we're under the weekly EMA 9, this has implications for at least us going back down to $221 to $220, and then at that point, you really have to watch and see if this channel is going to break down. If we end up losing, like on a weekly closure, $220, then all eyes back on the weekly EMA 34. And then if volatility starts to expand while we're down here, you have to really be cautious of the idea that we could easily test back down to like 190s to 196. If we throw the HBDR on again, we see that 80% is pretty nicely corresponding with that weekly EMA 100, which is this green line. And we know, just simply put, if we're viewing it after the breakout of it reclaiming, and Apple's essentially held above it, and it quickly got reclaimed here, and this acted as like an opportunity. And then from there, we actually moved up 40%. And so that's a pretty big, this is a pretty major point for Apple in terms of support. That's why I'm eyeing this area as like a TP. If we end up getting expansion with volatility, I will be watching this zone to get hit. And I do think that we still can bounce. We'll have to see. We easily could start rejecting here if bears are going to front run 230. That is something I'm being mindful of. But for now, I'd rather take the conservative approach and kind of more short the extremity high, just simply because of how the 2-week looks. And the 2-week is still above the weekly 9. We do know that 2-week EMA 9 is right around that 221, which again lines up with our weekly EMA 21 level. And so that tells me, again, if we get like a weekly and a 2-week under 220, it'll kind of be our signal that this is breaking down. And then we do see that 50% at 210. And if we don't hold that, then yeah, the 80% at 173. But I do think Apple will catch some kind of support around 196 or closer to just that weekly EMA 100. The 2-week also is giving us volatility setup. So we have a weekly and we have a 2-week setup. Let's see the last time the 2-week gave us a setup here, just like I did on the weekly. Right here. And then let's go. So I had to expand
there.
like
Yeah.
here. Yeah. So we'll do it there. It's always tricky to find it, but it at least gives us an idea. And so once it actually volatility started to expand,
What's the downside?
Yeah, it was to the downside, and it was right around here, which then took us down, 18%. If you take it this wick basis, but at that point we were contracting, but we'll call it 18 to 20%. That's pretty strong and big for Apple, and that kind of took us to that 2-week EMA 100, where it did end up kind of bottoming around there. And so why I'm mentioning this is because we are getting a volatility setup. That is something to be mindful of, because there's not many that brew here. The last one we had was the weekly, which was in 2021. And then this 2-week setup, I guess, last time we had it was in 2015, which is interesting. You would think we'd have more, but that's just kind of the nature of, these major volatility setups on an asset as big as Apple. You don't really get them as much because for an asset as big as Apple to move to even 10% is massive. I mean, talking billions of dollars. So
600 billion on 20%. If it's a $3 trillion company, which it is, it's a $3.4 trillion. So it's $650 billion move.
That's a lot of money. And that potentially has implications for like equities, like futures, S&P 500. We're now also at the monthly 50%. And this is kind of what, again, is guiding my 230 to 234 short. I did give it out. I do think as long as we can keep rejecting this zone 230 to 234 and we don't end up breaking like 237, that this short will play out, and it'll just be more a patience game and what's kind of corresponding nicely around that meme line with also that weekly EMA 100, the monthly median, and that monthly 21. Again, they're kind of clustering here, and it's again just telling me that it's going to be at least a bounce zone around here. And at that point, if we're dealing with these volatility setups, 15 to 18%, where would that take us all the way down to here? Right around 14% down. So it's not the most crazy to kind of target that at least. Taking it all the way down to the meme line is more close to what the percentages for these setups give, and that's right around that 183, which I think we actually had a target right around there. Let's see. No, the 2-week EMA 100 was slightly lower, so we'll just stick to the weekly for now, because if the weekly loses the EMA 100, then we'll view the 2-week. But for now, I do think with Apple, because remember, boomers like to trade Apple, and EMAs will work with Apple. We can't disregard this massive EMA support on the weekly. It's looking bearish, so I wouldn't be scaling into any Apple longs, and I'd actually be looking for more of like this scenario where we break down, maybe come up, retest, and then come all the way down. Or then we'll get the volatility expansion. Let me see now, since we've been viewing the weekly, the monthly, the 2-week. Let's just see how the quarterly is looking real quick. Let me just take this.
On Apple, if you wouldn't mind with the HPDR, it'd be interesting to see the 6-month chart.
Yeah.
We almost never do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And just one thing to note, since this is closing in a month, if we do end up getting a breakdown, and I guess also it's kind of crazy to see, but we're pretty low in volatility on the quarterly. One of the lowest points we've ever been in. The only other time, let me just get these off and let me put it here. The only other time we had the lowest volatility, which was the lowest, was in April of 2017 on the quarterly. And that was right before we made a mega move up. Now, we're getting almost the same volatility, but with the weekly looking as bearish as it is, we really have to wonder if the quarterly is going to lose the median. Because if the quarterly loses the median, it'll really guide my bias that this, once it starts expanding, which is technically giving us volatility setup. Now, yes, it's not at extremes, which doesn't always have to be at extremes to give us a setup, as long as it's under that 15%. Let's go right there, if I can just get it close enough. And it did go under 15%. Once it breaks, this wouldn't give us another setup. And if the quarterly median starts getting lost, then yeah, we really have to watch for maybe a quarterly EMA9 tap, which again is giving us nice confluence with the monthly, the weekly, right around that 190 to 185. Now let's view the 6 month real quick. And the 6 month kind of tells a different story. So, the 6 month we see is holding the 6 month EMA5 pretty nicely. And we know that the EMA5 is lined up nicely with the meme line now. And so we end up, if the weekly and the monthly ends up turning bad, specifically the weekly and the 2 week, and we start seeing that volatility fire off to the downside, then we actually run the risk of losing potentially that 6 month EMA9. EMA5, sorry. And if we end up losing that 6 month EMA5, then we really have to start questioning if Apple's topped around here. If not, just expecting a bigger pullback, maybe 170 to 152, which then could maybe play into that 2 week, finding support around that 160 level. So that's all I can really see with the higher time frame. 6 months it's looking healthy, but the quarterly is kind of looking slightly concerning, because it really wouldn't take a lot for bears to push this down. And if the 6 months losing that 195, then I do think it's wise to say that we potentially have topped, because then the quarterly has lost the 9 too. And then we just know, simply put, when it loses that at least quarterly 9, here it quickly got bought up. But let's just see the last time it did. Once the quarterly loses the 9, Apple it gets bought up, but we don't see really expansion from there. Here it got bought up, here it got bought up, and then, here, finally. So we get the quarterly 9 lost. We retested it and rejected. And then, from that point, we ended up coming down 17%. And then here as well. We lost it, rejected it, and then we came down 30%. Okay.
That was a crazy one. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is just something to be mindful of, because like I said, if the weekly and the 2 weeks start actually firing off, this level around here, where this quarterly EMA5 is, it's at 210. It most likely will get lost then. And then you really have to wonder if that EMA9 is going to get, hold. But then it's just like with the 6 month, we easily could lose that level. So really watch closely, because if we get that pullback, or at least downside, what will that mean for the 6 month candle? It'll mean that this full green body is turned almost red, if not leading to a pretty nasty candle. So that's just something to be mindful of. Nothing's guaranteed though, especially with the higher time frames. We do have enough data for the 12 month too. The 12 month looks very good. Nothing on volatility, but the 12 month looks quite healthy. We know that the 9 and the 5 are healthily above, and even the median. And we have a next target at 281. But this is a yearly chart, so this will obviously take time.
Yeah, to me, it's kind of telling me that you're going to get most likely, and still volatility has to tell us exactly with price moving there in those larger time frames, not these crazy large time of a time frame, but it's kind of telling us that it might see a correction, just like what you were saying about 15-30%, let's say 30% on extremes, 20%, and then continue to go up. To motherfucking crazy targets.
And now that I see the 12 month, if the 12 month we end up closing like this, and let's say we don't break down, then what most likely will happen? Well, we'll most likely just go back down and test the clusters here that probably move up with the median, the EMA5. These will probably move up more. And if we end up testing them and coming down, I don't know why my drawing tool is being weird, but we easily could at least get a 12-month pullback in the sense of like this 12-month new candle open comes back down, maybe test 195 to 184, and then we get that like more move up to that 280s, 260s, which again would still be okay. That still would play out for what we see on the weekly and the 2-week. It doesn't necessarily mean Apple is like bearish or even entering a bear market. It's just more like as traders, we have to see kind of what happens for like future moves. And, you know, as long as Apple is, I guess, ideally holding on this low here at 196, its weekly trend is still up. But, you know, you really have to wonder if we start wicking below that, what that'll mean, what the damage will be, and if the trend then shifts down. That is just I mean, really the kind of risk of breaking down is you could run breaking the trend. You know, and I at least am going to view this Japan dump as, you know, just another 2-week higher low that led to, you know, kind of that higher high. But, you know, it's just a little trickier. So for now, I have the bias that this is going to break down. I gave the short to the Academy, so that's what I'm going to just run with. We'll know it's really going to start breaking down, in my opinion, once we lose 220 on a weekly and a 2-week closure. And then all eyes on 195, if not 201. See, we could dump, and I mean, I'm hoping we get more of a bigger move, but we could just go to that 2-week 34, not break the trend, keep this wick low intact, and then kind of grind out a bottom over there. So it very well can happen. Apple's very strong, as we know. And so these pullbacks that Apple's had, you know, they've been slightly aggressive, but nothing too out of the ordinary. This one was, oh, I guess that was pretty big. Wow, 16%. And then this one here from wick high to wick low, 28%. Damn. Yeah, never mind. Apple's actually been making pretty aggressive downside moves, 16%. So we'll just have to see. If the trend flips, we'll be aware of that. Let's just see real quick how the trend catalyst looks. And yeah, I'm looking at that as the last major higher low. So if we break this could lead into a bigger dump, and then we're kind of viewing that 165 kind of area, which kind of lines up with that at least quarterly 21. So that's all I see with Apple. I'm more bearish. We have a short setup, hopefully going to get posted in the Academy. I don't think I even viewed the daily. Let me just view that real fast. The daily also is telling me that, you know, we could see some kind of volatility, which ideally will bleed into the weekly and the 2-week firing off. That doesn't mean it needs to. But with what we know now, the daily here, so the daily's freshly reclaimed the moving averages. It's now testing the 9. Ideally, bulls now get some kind of bounce. It's welcoming to see that it's above its EMA 100, and we got a nice bounce from there. So this just kind of ties into what I see on the daily. It's funny when this major moving average starts moving up with the diagonal, because it just kind of makes it easier for me, at least. If the daily starts doing this, and then we bounce, and we end up breaking down, losing that daily EMA 100, it's probably going to mean we're going to test this zone, which comes in around that SMA 200. I would be, you know, more keen to retest, and then that could easily be a short if we don't get our entry around 230 to 234. And that's kind of what I'll be watching closely to maybe update for the Academy with. But like I said, it's always nice when we get a major moving average on the daily lining up with our diagonal, because then it just gives us ultimate confluence. If we start losing that daily EMA 100, which has been holding, well, it means we're losing that diagonal, and, you know, probably most likely means volatility is expanding now. See if the 2-day and the 3-day are giving anything. So the 2-day is expanding. It's now retesting the moving average. So, I mean, more of a bias, maybe of a pump back up to 234, as long as we are above that 9, which we're retesting it currently, the 2-day, which the daily is as well. Lastly, the 5-day. 5-day is giving us a nice setup of three sessions of no volatility. Let me see here. Last time we had this was around here. Let's see. And this was actually a downside move. So this last time we had it from expansion, gave us, and this is a 5-day, but let me actually make this bigger. This is kind of, I can't see it as clear as I want. Yeah, so here, and then we started to expand right here. We came all the way down. We didn't even actually start. So it was actually a half setup, because we started to expand all the way here. We dumped like closer to 7-8%, and then that actually went to the 15%, and then we have to move up. This one as well was up. So we're getting a 5-day setup for now. And let's just see real quick. We're under the bias of, we're still going to be bearish though, because we're still under the 5-day 9. If the 5-day today can reclaim the 9, this will look kind of okay. And then all eyes on this high. Ideally, then we'll get some rejection fulfilling the short. But if we end up just busting through here, if we close any daily back above 237, it confirms the breakout for me. Let's just real quickly see the HBDR, and yeah, just like the weekly, which makes sense, we're getting that 5-day median also right around 235. We are under the median and we're rejecting it. Right here was evident of that rejection. And so if we get any kind of, this is what I'm viewing for the Academy, any kind of pull rally into here, I'm viewing that as a quick fake out, where oftentimes we'll go up, we'll fake out, we'll come down, and then we'll get the real move. Traps the longs, we'll just reject the weekly and the 5-day median. Ideally, then that 5-day will start expanding, and we're getting at least a nice target to 213, if not all the way down to that 189. Once we lose the blue zone of the HBDR, we get those big moves, and so it'll be really important to see the kind of reaction around first 220, and then around 210 to 215. Because I do believe that Apple's going to come down to 196, if not 190. And so it'll just be more of a waiting game. You don't want to front run it now, because honestly, the short trigger will be easy. You either short the extremity and have your stop loss here around 238, 237, or we front run that, we start breaking down, and then you can just simply get a retest of it, and then just close the trade if we reclaim that. Very simply put. So Apple looks like it's ready to put in a major move. I view that has implications for the S&P 500 as well. Because if Apple turns bearish, we could at least get maybe a deeper pullback in that. But that is interesting to see, because we're getting a 2-week, a weekly, and a 5-day, and potentially a 2-day volatility setup. So theoretically, we will see a move on Apple very soon. And even if you don't use the Bollinger Band, the BBWP, the Bollinger Bands are telling us on the weekly that we're pinching. And last time that happened, it led to an 18% move. So.
Yeah, it's sadly, it's giving me a little confluence with my stupid theories that we're gonna go higher right now. Then we're gonna top a little, we're gonna come down, correct, and after the correction, we're gonna see the greatest bull market of all times, of all fucking times. That's what I think. Now I could be absolutely wrong, like always. If you don't believe me, ask my wife. TON, ton.
Okay. And I mean, does that mean that like Bitcoin tops locally at least around 96, 95, Apple kind of does, and then equities kind of follow Apple. I think Nvidia has earnings today too, so it's kind of an interesting day today.
And it's just flat, dude. It's at that 145. It's just not moving. That piece of shit. There's so much fuckery right now. So much fuckery. We'll check it out.
Cool.
That's awesome. Thank you. This was great. I think people are going to appreciate this. We haven't published the trading signal. I'm not entirely sure, but either way.
Not yet, but it is coming. It'll get posted soon.
Okay. Vamos a empezar analizando Apple. Tenemos acá un setup de jamás. Todavía no sabemos si se va a dar a la alza o a la baja. Y esto es bastante importante para cualquier fan de Apple. Porque aquí la oportunidad de oro se da de una forma u otra. Lo que nosotros tenemos es un bias más que va a caer, y por ende acabamos de mandar entre nuestro group chat un short setup para los miembros de EliteTradingAcademy.us para que lo tengan ahí listo por si lo ven ejecutarse, pero aquí mismo también lo vamos a analizar para que vean dónde está nuestra cabeza en esto. Vamos a empezar con los setups. Vamos a empezar acá, 2 semanas, gráfico de 2 semanas. Puedes ver que estás arriba de todos los promedios, bien, tendencia alcista, estás creando bajos más altos, podemos decir, altos más altos. Bien, todo se ve bien para Apple en este momento si lo estás viendo por acá. Pero empiezas a notar que justamente en esta tabla tienes un periodo de 0 volatilidad y la volatilidad está contraída al punto más bajo que ha estado desde... Wow. Acá, el 2011, básicamente. ¡Qué locura! ¿Qué pasó ahí en el 2011? Vamos a ver. rápido. Déjenme ver. Déjenme llego a dónde está el precio. Uf, buen movimiento en el 2011. Pueden verlo acá con esa expansión, volatilidad, el setup de jamás, de la parte de abajo hasta la parte más extrema, un 97% y se dio en cuánto tiempo, del 2011, 2012, básicamente un año y medio fue lo que tomó este setup en darse, de nada volatilidad y expandiendo. Ahora, en este periodo solamente tenemos un periodo de cero volatilidad, pero podíamos empezar a agregar. Vamos rápido a la semanal para que vean. Y aquí es donde está el potente setup de jamás para nosotros. Recuerden que el setup de jamás, para los que están uniéndose, es cuando vienes de periodos de baja volatilidad. Se llama el setup de jamás porque esto fue la primera vez que lo notamos o que lo vimos, fue justamente cuando Hamás atacó a Israel. Entonces, eso llevó al mercado a altos históricos, a subir a Bitcoin de 28,000 hasta los $70,000. El SP500 de donde estaba en los 5,000 hasta los 6,000. Entonces, el setup de jamás es explosivo a la alza. Pero, atención, cuando vemos un setup de jamás, podemos también deducir que podría ser un setup Nagasaki, que sería a la baja. Solamente le cambiamos el nombre. Es un setup alcista, un setup bajista. Alcista, jamás, bajista, Nagasaki. Y también hay setups más débiles. Este es un setup fuerte. Los setups débiles son los cinéticos. Un setup cinético como la guerra de Libia, la guerra de los bombardeos. Estamos solamente bombardeándolos tantito. Entonces, esos son los menos poderosos. Este es un setup de jamás. Todavía no sabemos a dónde se va a dar. Lo que sí es, vamos a colocar nuestra volatilidad en el 15%, nuestra línea, para poder marcar la expansión. Es difícil encontrar justo el número, pero lo voy a poner acá. H. Queremos ver esta volatilidad expander por encima del 15%. Todavía no se da. Eso quiere decir que el setup que estamos viendo en este momento está lejos de ocurrir, digamos. Listo, aquí está el precio de Apple en la semanal. En la diaria estamos viendo que la volatilidad todavía no está expandiendo, está por debajo de todo, está todavía esperando a ver qué movimiento va a dar. 2 semanas, un periodo de nula volatilidad. Vamos a ver la mensual. La mensual viene de un periodo de cero volatilidad y luego tienes tu expansión justamente acá. Básicamente esto te llevó en este movimiento a la alza y ahora empiezas a ver que se está contrayendo porque se está dando la vuelta para abajo la volatilidad y va a ir a buscar este promedio que está en los 24.60. En la mensual lo que te está diciendo es que probablemente va a haber un descanso. Si te están dando un setup en la semanal o la de 2 semanas, sobre todo es la mensual, de nula volatilidad, lo que nosotros pensamos es que va a haber una corrección antes del mayor empujón a la alza que has visto en tu maldita vida junto conmigo. ¿Cómo se daría el juego acá? Básicamente perdiendo esta línea. Eres alcista, quieres poder empezar a retomar, empezar a tomar este nivel con cierres por encima de, tener 2, 3 cierres serían bastante buenos, 2 para mínimo confirmar, 3 sería ya súper confirmación por encima de esto. Pero si eres bajista, estás justamente en este momento peleándote con todos los promedios, lo pueden ver acá, en los 2.26, justamente te rechazó el 9 y el 5 y el siguiente nivel sería el 2.21, que es donde se encuentra el promedio del 21. Si se llega a dar eso, quiere decir que rompiste esta línea a la baja y esto te va a llevar a un objetivo, obviamente, a la baja. Lo que nosotros tenemos como objetivo común parece ser esta zona de los 196, que ya lo teníamos en la tabla de Apple puesto por un rato. ¿Qué es lo que esperamos ver de este movimiento? Vamos a ponerlo rápido en la diaria para que sea más divertido. ¿Por qué es más divertido? Porque estás creando nuevos bajos, tal vez nuevos altos, más bajos. Y esta línea donde está justamente el precio en este momento es la que tiene que aguantar, que es donde está el promedio de los 55, el 2.26. Una vez que rompes aquí abajo, vas a tener que aguantar esta línea meme, pero aquí es donde hay confluencia en el 220 con el promedio de la 100. Si el promedio de la 100 no te aguanta la diaria y vas a caer, puedes ver dónde está el 200, que está justamente en esta zona de los $204, y ese sería nuestro siguiente objetivo. Justamente acá, el siguiente sería acá, y el último, si las cosas se ponen locas, sería hasta los 180. Pero eso sería sacarte la lotería y poder comprar Apple a ese precio, sería absolutamente brutal. ¿Cómo puedes jugar este short? Justamente lo está diciendo Alex. Si en verdad rompes a la baja, Si en verdad rompes a la baja en este momento, vas a caer, vas a romper esta línea, vas a rebotar. A cierto punto tienes que regresar a donde se rompió la línea para abajo. Es lo que normalmente hace el precio con todo, entre promedios y líneas, para todos los que no sepan, el retesteo. Y el retesteo es donde haces el corto. No lo abres aquí. ¿Por qué? Porque acá el problema que tienes es que si abres el corto acá, la vela de mañana sube a los 2.29, ¿no? Ese porcentaje te podría eliminar y después baje. Eso todavía podría estar en el libro. Pero si lo juegas acá, ves que hay una ruptura en la zona de los 2.26, sabes que va a regresar a la zona de los 2.26, puedes poner justamente acá abajo tu entrada, un poco más abajo en los 2.25 y poder invalidarlo aquí arriba en los 2.26.31. Si sube de eso, pues no, o bueno, tiene cierres por acá, eso quiere decir que se acabó esa jugada. Pero por ahora nosotros creemos que Apple está a punto de darnos el setup que, cabrón, lo que nosotros vemos es que Apple está a punto de darnos el setup que probablemente vaya a jugar a la baja. Lo ha hecho muy bien por mucho tiempo. Y también otra cosa a mantener es, esto podría ser en análisis técnico un doble techo. Este doble techo normalmente tiene una reversión a la baja porque marca un tope, una corrección y después continúa el movimiento. De nuevo, lo que no sabemos es cuánto tiempo va a durar, pero otra cosa que estábamos viendo es en la trimestral, segundo, 3 meses. En la trimestral de Apple se ve bastante bien. Lo que estábamos viendo es el nivel de los 2.17 es un nivel sagrado a no perder. Si pierdes los 2.17, muy probablemente se dé el juego el setup de jamás a la baja para Apple y pues se va a dar para hacerle dinero a mucha gente en este momento, a menos de que tengas Apple en spot. No sería bonito holdear con cojones. Pero aquí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Apple, bastante bien, se ve correctivo, no diría bajista, se ve correctivo y es probablemente lo que vayamos a vivir y es nuestro bias nos lleva a pensar eso. Así que atentos a esta línea meme, a esta diagonal meme y también a esos promedios que son tan importantes y niveles de no perder. All righty, sir, we're ready for ton.
Nice. So here we have ton on the monthly. You know, and it looks like it weighs a ton. It doesn't look good, and it looks like a jump. Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you. You know, why I'm saying that is because we're not working with a lot on this chart, firstly, but you know, also the chart came out in 2022. Towards the end of it, the bear market, towards the end of the bear market. So we haven't seen with these new coins, it's funny because I've been in crypto for a long time and people forget, these coins are fun in bull markets, but when we go bear and they've never been in a bear market, that's kind of where it becomes disastrous. And that's why people prefer those legacy coins, or at least, have criteria where an altcoin has to go through a cycle and survive, because oftentimes the bear markets is what kills off these coins. And we've seen it all throughout, each cycle, like Ethereum Classic, Dash, all these coins just kind of die out, never get it up. So the monthly on TON looks bad. We see here we fully have lost that monthly 9, which holds the bias for my bull market criteria. And we rallied up to that 5.7%. $5.76 and rejected it. We're now very closely actually to falling back under that monthly 9. And if we do, it's going to start looking like a really strong wick high rejection here, leading, to not a clean retest, but it was a retest. And that also just plays into why alts are kind of hard to trade, because if you were going off of like with Bitcoin, had it lost its monthly like 9, the retest probably would have not been as wicky, like where this from the 9 goes up 11%. So anyone shorting that 9 retest on the monthly, 10x or above got liquidated. And so for now, I want to see where this is closing in 10 days. But as long as we're under that monthly 9, we have to have the bias of down. And the next target for me is $4, if not all the way back down to $3.20. We do see the volatility is contracting. We're now under the moving average. And so that's welcoming. It's resetting after being at, 4 months of extreme volatility, right here. So that's nice. I had this drawn here, so I'm glad that our bearish bias did play out for TON. I don't remember when I charted this, but nevertheless, I'll take the credit, or whoever had this. And
Yes, good job.
Not nicely, so whatever. But yeah, that's really what I'm seeing. It'll be really important for TON to get back above $5.73. As long as it's below that, especially like on a weekly too, then it's really going to start looking like this $4.60 is next. And if you guys look closely here, we've already hit this multiple times. And we know the more times support is hit, the weaker it gets. And, in my opinion, this $3 is kind of just looming, and it would kind of just feel this massive inefficiency when TON just went up. That unfortunately, that's just the sad part about these alts is you get these mega moves up and then they just slowly go into a downtrend and then just slowly die. And this isn't a weekly downtrend with consistent lower highs to lower lows, and even the monthly too. On a wick basis, it's in a downtrend. The issue for this wick high was it never broke $6.11. It needed to break this wick high. Now it's really looking like this low isn't going to hold. And if we end up breaking this low, it just made a new monthly lower low, which probably will come in around that monthly 21. And we probably get some kind of bounce around there. But I do believe if we do break down and get a bounce around here, this could just lead into another lower high. Because the trend is your friend, and TON is a shitcoin. Wow, it's looking weak while Bitcoin's at an all-time high. Remember that, like Bitcoin is at an all-time high, and this altcoin is looking like it wants to make a new low. It's really concerning if you were a holder on this. And so your best bet now is that this breakdown doesn't occur. If we go to the 2-day, we see we're freshly breaking down. The mean line I have drawn, at least the diagonal has been holding, but now what we see with volatility, where it's at, kind of slightly expanding from the extremes. If my drawing tool wants to get turned off, it's so annoying.
It's the worst. It's the
Worst.
worst. TradingView needs to work on that.
Seriously, because then I have all these dots on my chart. So we have volatility expansion here. We're rejecting also that 2-day EMA 100. Again, a big zone for TON, but also we're putting in a shooting star here. So, it's just more ticks for why bears have the momentum to bring this down. These wick high rejections would have been a concern to you at this $5.73 level, because simply we just know when it starts rejecting around here, we do end up just kind of breaking down, even here. So I'm more bearish on this chart. If you're bullish, your best bet is that we can reclaim the 2-day EMA 100, leading to a reclaim of the weekly above $5.74. If that happens, then it really puts weight on bulls, breaking this last lower high at $6.11, $6.13. And if we do that, then the trend is flipped and we've now shifted structure. And then we're essentially eyeing that $6.80 to maybe even all the way to $7. There's not a lot of data for the HBDR, but if we're viewing the 2-day, it will work. And we see here, this 50% almost lined up with that 2-day EMA 100. And we know here that, rejecting it and losing it's not good. And also the next area of support here would be that $4.60. Perfect confluence to that major support. Also with that SMA 200 on the 2-day. And so what this tells me is if we end up losing this $4.60 level, we're going to get a bigger breakdown, because not only will we have lost this major support that TON has been holding since essentially, April 2024, but we're also losing that SMA 200, which TON has been above, since this is populated essentially, but when it reclaimed it back in September of 2023, it's kind of stayed above it the whole time. And it based on it here in this consolidation, as you guys can see here, it held it perfectly. And so we end up losing this. It's going to start looking like we're going to get a bigger move down, and that's where that $3 zone can line on. And we also know we'll be losing the blue zone. And then usually we end up testing that like 90 to 90, at least the 80 to 90% range, which is around that $3 too. The daily, also fresh deviation of that daily EMA 100, rallied straight to it, and now we're rejecting it. And this just plays into my idea that bears have full control, and this is very evident. They didn't even wick above it. It was just straight to business, went up to a bearish retest, and now this candle is 4% down. When Bitcoin's at 96K and looks slightly like it could put in a local top to at least a very healthy pullback, this could easily then come down. And that's the issue, right? Bitcoin just went to almost 95K and TON just broke down. All day it's been breaking down. So, you know, you really want to be just mindful of this chart. It's extremely weak to me. Let me see the Bollinger Bands. Can't identify with this on. Not really getting much. We see the lower band here is again at that $4.60. Just another tick for why that is a very important area for bulls to defend. Let's see the 4 hour. The 4 hour now is actually losing its Bollinger Band, and we're rejecting it. And so we're now expanding, and we see technically the next target would be that SMA 200. I don't put a lot of weight on the lower time frame SMA 200, and I always tell traders I prefer to use it on like a daily or above. But I know some people use that, and so that can, you know, act as some kind of bounce at least. But, you know, if we don't view that here, pretty much you're getting a breakdown. The next target's $4.60, which from here would be 12%. And then you really run the risk of that not holding, and then us going all the way back down to $3, which, you know, from here would be 37%. Massive haircut on this chart. But, you know, it's an altcoin. There's nothing telling me that this can't do that. We've seen huge moves up and down from it. So, and it put in a very bearish overall structure on like the higher time frames with, you know, just this like 3 trough here usually leads to downside head and shoulders. It's just not good, and it's breaking down. So if you're a trader, it'd be really mindful of this $4.60, possibly not holding, and then, you know, we have to watch that $3.20. What would be wise is to view this 5-day EMA 100 because it's coming up around this support zone. This can kind of help guide you at least. If it moves in more, great, that makes it easier. But if it doesn't, just be mindful. We haven't tested that yet. We've been front running it, and we see the last reaction here was pretty strong. And so that if we end up losing it, great, more confluence will break down. But you know, it's crypto, so we could easily come all the way down, actually tap it, and then come up. And so that is just the one thing I'd be mindful of. But you know, when I'm viewing everything else, especially like on a daily and a 2-day, yeah, it's looking quite bearish. It's not looking the strongest, and we're not really getting any volatility setups freshly made, other than the ones that are now expanding, like on the 2-day. But you know, we're finding some kind of rejection on the 50%, but we're still above the moving average. This is still, you know, freshly happening. This happened in the beginning of November, and so this is telling me that, yeah, this move is still strong, and I'd be very careful. And even the 4 hour here with the Bollinger Bands freshly breaking down, kind of guiding our bias to a breakdown. So unless bulls can, in, you know, 3 hours, which could happen, reclaim this. The reason why I'm more in the camp that that's not going to happen is just because of the rejection of this lower band here. We just came down, rejected, now we're falling through. And if you start going to like a 2 hour, it just becomes more dirty. So, you know, we'll just have to see. Be very mindful. You know, lower time frames are giving us this fresh volatility setup with the hourly now expanding from, you know, multiple session lows. So yeah, we have the fuel to go down. So just be really careful about that. If you're holding this, and watch 460, we just now broke it on the 30 minutes. So if you're trading this lower time frames, probably watch for a move up into here. And then you just want that to reject. So
I was going to say there seems to be an easy short there on the move back towards the meme line and EMAs that, yeah, you pay attention to right there.
Yeah, so definitely, because, you know, people are stacking shorts here. It's an altcoin, so it could easily go back up to its, you know, EMA and then reject. But the 30-minute just freshly lost it. So that has implications for the hourly, and then the hourly, you know, has implications for the 4 hour. And then, you know, usually when the 4 hour loses a major support like this, just like it's losing the EMA 100 now, then we'll get our retest, and that'll be the actual one. So if this can close like this anywhere under $5.28, then I'll be watching for, because if you can see here, we're getting that 4 hour EMA 5 freshly down, and it's almost corresponding with that EMA 100. So if this 4 hour closes even all the way down to here or wherever, I'll be looking for any retest to that 4 hour EMA 100 to short, because if it comes into like here, I know that if we end up reclaiming that on a 4-hour, I can just cut the trade because we've just put in an SFP on the lower time frames. And that makes a lot of sense to me. Let me throw the 55 on though. I bet you this has some crosses. I guess not.
Okay.
No. I mean, we have the 9 crossing the 21. No silver cross yet to the downside on the 4-hour. The hourly though, probably, it does have a silver cross. Let's see if the 2-hour does. Which again, the 2 hours, the hourly silver cross retest right now is at $5.35, but that'll keep moving down.
That's where the EMA 9 on the daily is.
Oh, okay, cool. So again, good confluence in the 2-hour, freshly silver cross. So, this again, it just looks like a fresh breakdown. Bulls really want to step in here, get an SFP, trap shorts, and kind of at least hold $5.28. But if we start, like I said, getting the hourly, because we just got the 30-minute, and then the hourly, and the 2-hour, and then the 4-hour, it's probably donezo. And then I'll be watching for that 4-hour short setup, which I could possibly give to the Discord. If not, maybe the Academy. Just depends how high probability it will be. But, it just seems it seems simple to me. And it seems slightly likely. And especially if we have a bias that Bitcoin will come down slightly, then, this could actually pay because we're dealing with pretty big numbers. So I'd watch closely. That's kind of all I have with TON. I'm bearish on it. And I do think that we're in the midst of like a breakdown now. So.
Yeah, no, excellently done, sir. You paint a very clear picture on what this is doing. So thank you on that. And Coca-Cola now, KO.
Oh wow, Warren Buffett loves that.
He absolutely loves drinking that fucking poison, and just like Farhan too.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God. Ok. Estamos viendo TON, que es una criptomoneda de aquellas, de las pequeñas shitcoins de la historia. Habíamos analizado TON antes, vamos a ponerlo rápido en un gráfico más compreso para que puedan todos verlo. Quiero que vean, se ve bastante bien, de cierta forma, si estás volteando a ver esto, porque dices, güey, creó acá, salió en noviembre del 2021, había tenido un máximo en 5.49 y ahora en junio hizo un máximo en 8.30. Bastante bien. La cosa es, cuando volteas a ver a Bitcoin, que está en altos históricos en este momento, y TON, que está abajo 36.67%, empiezas a preguntarte cosas, como ¿a dónde va esto? En setups de larga duración no tenemos nada. Yo creo que lo más interesante está por acá en la temporalidad diaria, por ejemplo. Aunque también la semanal tiene otra cosa que queríamos rápidamente ver. No es la semanal, sí, justamente la diaria. En la diaria empieza todo esto. Ok, pueden ver que la volatilidad está contrayéndose en lo que el precio está contrayéndose después de un setup básicamente algo jamasi, pero eso fue esta subida de este punto hasta acá. De ahí estás entrando en esta zona. Ahora, cuando volteas a ver lo que está pasando por acá en TON, vamos a echarnos para atrás tantito para que todo el mundo lo vea claramente, tuviste obviamente los máximos de hasta arriba, tienes este máximo, tienes este mínimo. Estos son tus extremos. Es lo primero que tienes que encontrar, tus extremos. Y ahora, ¿hemos podido romper extremos a la alza? Esa es la primera pregunta. No, esta fue nuestro rechazo en realidad en los 5.85. Ok, ¿hemos roto a la baja? Todavía no. ¿Qué nos dice eso? Indecisión. Entonces todavía no sabemos exactamente a dónde va el precio. Lo que sí sabemos es que tienes esta línea meme diagonal de resistencia o soporte, que en este momento es soporte, pero se podría volver resistencia en un segundo. Y cuando ponemos los promedios, puedes ver que perdiste el 5, el 9, el 55 y estás frescamente perdiendo el 21. Voy a acercar un poco más. Estas tablas las tenemos que ver diferente porque son shitcoins, damas y caballeros. No es como analizar una acción. Pueden ver justamente lo que habíamos dicho. Tienes también 3 picos por acá en temporalidad más corta, que es la de 4 horas. Puedes ver que empiezas a tener este breakdown. Este es un promedio de los 200, un SMA 200. No lo quieres tomar en cuenta en temporalidades cortas. Esto lo empiezas a usar en diaria para arriba. El de 200 en esta temporalidad es un poco, o digamos, no tan útil como arriba de temporalidades de la diaria. Viendo todo esto y cómo estamos cayendo, todavía no tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja en TON en este momento, pero perder todos estos promedios cuenta una historia bastante terrorífica. Si te acercas más al promedio, básicamente las 2 horas. Estamos viendo una tabla de 2 horas y viendo la... Hijo de puta, TradingView. Viendo la tabla de 2 horas podemos ver acá un cruce plateado justamente acá. Y eso quiere decir que el retesteo de la 9, que está en los 5.38, que es, me parece, coincide donde está en la 5.36, ahí va a ser la zona de oportunidad, en nuestra opinión, con TON. ¿Y por qué? Y ahora vean, dijimos, no va a rebotar en el 200 y ahí está rebotando en el 200. Felicidades a todos los que estamos aquí. ¿Qué estamos esperando nosotros? Lo que nosotros estamos esperando es que esto continúe bajando. Tenemos un objetivo en los 4.61 como el siguiente punto de interés, pero lo que creemos es que esto va a bajar. Vamos a dibujarlo por acá. Esto va a bajar. Normalmente regresas a rompiste a la baja y después continúas, pero este es un shitcoin. Y cuando estás lidiando con shitcoins, los movimientos no son limpios porque quieren eliminar a todo el mundo que está usando las bases de trading. Entonces, ¿cuál es un nivel más avanzado para esto que no te joda tanto? Ponerlo justamente donde está el promedio de la 9, que es el 5.38, que es el promedio de la diaria también. Ahora, eso quiere decir que si el precio regresa acá en los 5.38, básicamente abrirías el corto por acá y tienes que buscar una invalidación por encima de, porque de ahí lo que nosotros queremos es que esto se vaya a ir para abajo. Otra cosa que también lo hace ver bajista, y ahora no sé qué tan bajista vaya a ser en realidad, es en la, voy a poner en la de 5 días. En la de 5 días tenemos un hombro, cabeza, hombro. ¿Cuántos de ustedes lo pueden ver así de sencillo? Así pintadito. Ok, ahí les va. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. Si se llega a romper la línea de los 4.63, el movimiento que te debería dar esto, para todos los que no sepan, cuando tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro, mides del cuello, que sería esta línea blanca, que también es una coincidencia, literalmente, porque no es como que la puse para hacer este hombro, cabeza, hombro. Te vas al extremo más alto o bajo, dependiendo si es inverso o no. Le pones acá y digamos que se va a romper esto por acá. Nos va a dar un número negativo, vamos a ver. No, nos llevaría a $1. Si es que esto llega a jugar. Wow, y si ha estado debajo de $1. No sería como una sorpresa, no suena tan absolutamente loco. Simplemente atención a justamente estas zonas de interés donde estás viendo que habías perdido todos tus promedios. Lo puedes ver como el 21 te rechazó delicioso en la de 5 días y ahora estás agarrándote todo por acá. Ahora sí que Dios te bendiga. Y para abajo la volatilidad está empezando a expandir, como se diga en español. Y, no, todavía no. Pero una vez que este setup se dé, que la volatilidad comience a expandir a la alza en lo que el movimiento está a la baja, eso sería bastante malo para TON. Así que atención con esto, se ve bastante bajista. Y simplemente esto yo creo que si todos lo tienen en su tabla, van a poder ejecutar algún trade interesante en TON desde su casa. Rechazo en la de 2 días, en la del 100, 55 y ahora el 9, el 50 y el 21, todos, está cargando a todos en lo que la volatilidad continúa expandiendo. Puta, vamos a ver qué sea, pero la expansión de volatilidad acá fue para arriba, así que interesante. Y vean el promedio de las 200 en la de 2 días. También hay confluencia con esta zona de interés que tenemos en los 4.68, 4.65. Aquí es donde probablemente podrías esperar, si es que eres alcista en TON, ¿no? Porque a fin de cuentas lo que estamos ahorita hablando es simplemente el movimiento a corto plazo, es que esto caiga por acá, el promedio continúe subiendo y de acá ya dar tu continuación y poder barrer este alto. Pero por ahora, el primer movimiento que estamos viendo por acá es para abajo. Ahí lo tienen. TON. Coca-Cola.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, Coca-Cola, it's looking interesting. So we see here the monthly MA34 has caught Coca-Cola nicely. It likes to front run it with the 21, but it generally chops and catches some kind of bottom around that monthly 34. We're at it currently, and we see here, we ideally want to get some kind of bounce. And if we throw in the HBDR on the monthly too, we could come down a little bbit more to like 59.98, maybe $60, the psychological number. But bulls really want to kind of step in here, because then we'll run the risk of potentially breaking this low at 57.99, call it 58. And if we break that low, it'll probably lead to a bigger breakdown to $54. So we're at a very crucial point. I put this diagonal here just for more the visual. Just we found reactions and bounces here. And so will we do that now? I'm more in the camp though that, the way the monthly closed last month and opened this month, I'm cautious on Coca-Cola. And it's interesting to see that it's bearish. I mean, I would have thought it's at least holding strong considering equities and things are not looking the worst. They've had somewhat of a pullback, but for Coca-Cola to lose its monthly 9 like this, something that's been holding this entire rally since it reclaimed it multiple months. I mean, I'm not too surprised it got a pullback considering we've had, multiple green months here, but we would have expected this retest to hold just simply because it's been holding each time. So it losing it and then rejecting it's definitely a sign of caution.
I'm going to add something to what you're saying. Sorry.
No.
So a lot of people don't know this because it's not really common sense, but at the same time, if you think about it, it is. Coca-Cola has a ton of government contracts, a ton. Like, this is what people don't understand. In a lot of schools, public schools, in a lot of different places where the government manages whatever the kids are going to drink or recommend what they're going to drink, Coca-Cola's there. So if RFK really comes in and eliminates he's not going to attack them. He's just going to eliminate them from being the first choice as a drink in these places for regular people. That would absolutely damage Coca-Cola's income at a brutal level, because this is the United States the fat United States of America. Sorry.
No, that's a great point, because I wasn't even thinking about that. And that makes a lot of sense, actually. Because you're right. They wouldn't be promoting that or pushing that as the first thing, as everyone usually does with Coca-Cola. I mean, it's just like that name brand, household brand, essentially. So, yeah, it's looking bearish. We really wanted this monthly to at least reclaim that 9. It now hasn't, and it's down almost 5%. This is closing in 9 days. So if you're bullish on this, you want to see a bounce. You want to see the monthly hold the 34 here at $61.39, which granted it is getting a bounce, but it's still in the kind of gray zone. We want to see bulls really step in here and catch this and actually get this at least above the 21 on a wick basis. If it closes under, let's say if the monthly closes under the 34, we're essentially going to get a move like we got here, where we close under the 34 and then we just went to the 100, which should act as a major area of support for Coca-Cola, considering the data we've had with this monthly EMA 100. And for years it's been holding. And so if it ends up losing this EMA 100, it's going to look like kind of like how Nike looked, where the chart just kind of looks really messed up, and then the last stand will be that monthly SMA 200. That's at $43 to $44. If we end up losing that, that'll be the first time in since the Black Swan, or I guess, the 08 crash, where Coca-Cola hasn't lost that ever. I think that was actually potentially the only time, other than here when it freshly populated back in the 80s. It reclaimed it. It held above it the entire time. Notice how it never hits that monthly EMA 100 for years, right? Decades, until we start going around here, and then the 08 crash happens. We reclaim it. We're checking on. COVID happened. We almost hit it, front ran it, and now we're trekking on, and now here we are. So if we end up losing this 34, which is around $61.40, it looks like we're going to test this zone again, which would be pretty devastating for Coca-Cola, just as history has shown. It leads to big aggressive dumps to that monthly EMA 100, and generally when we get that pullback, it's in pretty high tension areas like in 2020 and in 2008. And so that's something I'd be cautious about. But, we just need to first look at that. So Coca-Cola is literally at the press of a major breakdown. It needs to hold, in my book, the last stand, which is that 34. And it could do that, just like it broke down here, had an ugly 9% dump, held the monthly 34, closed above it, went down, trapped bears, and then shot up. Could easily do that. We just want that to actually play out and hold. If not, maybe wick down to $60 and then get a bounce. Psychological number usually gets some reactions. Let me do the quarterly and then I'll go down. So then the quarterly will be really important because what we wouldn't want is that monthly to full on lose the 9 like it has, leading to the quarterly EMA 9 loss. When that happens, we want to see a buyback, but generally if it doesn't, then we go to that 21 here. Just like here, we lost it, we rallied up, rejected it, and then went to the 21, lost it, dumped to the 21, got a bounce, lost it, dumped to the 21, got a bounce, and then 2020, the black swan. But so the 20, the quarterly 21 right now is at $58. So good confluence around at least at $58 to $60 being a bounce zone. But again, if we don't bounce, then this will just look really bad in my opinion, which could play into maybe RFK's plan in the Trump administration. Coca-Cola isn't going to be as favored like it has been each and every time. We also know the quarterly volatility is creeping down, and it's now at the point of possibly giving us the setup once this gets back above 15%. Granted, it just freshly went under 15%, so that is interesting to see. Last time volatility was at this point was around January 07. Was around here when Coca-Cola went up nicely. It was at this point. It did a 42% move. So, down, I don't know, but 42% move, or let's just even say a 20% move would take us, closer to that $50. So I'm more in the camp that bulls will step in. We'll get some kind of bounce. I want to see this monthly EMA 34 hold. That way we at least can just keep the hopium alive that, bulls can consolidate this, move the EMA 9 closer to price, which then can give them more momentum to at least spring and then reclaim it. As long as the monthly, though, is under the 9, we have to be very cautious because look at the weekly. It tells the story I've been saying, which is this isn't looking the best. And the weekly now has lost the EMA 100. We're now rejecting it. So, it's at $42.70. This is closing in 2 days. If you're a bull, you want to see that monthly 34 bounce, and you want to see this weekly get back above the EMA 100, giving us an SFP, just like what happened here. A quick SFP reclaimed the EMA 100. Granted, we did reclaim the other moving averages, but I do think that EMA 100 is very important. It's been catching price on the weekly for a while. When we've lost it here, that's what gave us the bigger breakdown to at least the SMA 200, but then that didn't hold. And then here we see once it quickly got reclaimed, we went up. So, is this the bearish retest or rejection to maybe actually hitting that $60? Possibly, and it looks like that. But then, if that weekly closes under $60, then, at that point, you really have to wonder if Coca-Cola is entering some kind of bear market. Very much like when it lost the weekly SMA 200 here, it just kind of chopped and went down. So that's kind of the environment we're at. We see its supported price pretty strong, especially on this bounce here. So the fact that it potentially could get lost within the next few weeks is concerning. And then I do think these ranges will play out, 44 to maybe even all the way to $36. We see in these ideally will move up, support price. If they keep moving down, it just solidifies the bearishness. But currently we see that, we're at the 95% range on the weekly. So, it's like, when I'm trying to just tie this all together, I don't think we're going to get a bounce here. I do think we can get a bounce at $60 simply because of where that monthly HBDR is. It'd make a lot of sense to kind of break down, maybe trap shorts, and then get a bounce at 60 because we have the 50% on the monthly, but then also that weekly here, we're at the 95% zone while also getting confluence with that SMA 200. And we know, this dump here in April front ran that on the weekly. We really haven't tested it since we broke out and reclaimed it here. So ideally, we'll get some kind of bounce that could lead to maybe even a bounce up to here, retesting that weekly EMA 100 and then breaking down. But if we do end up going to 60 when getting a bounce, the monthly then still holds above the 34 and the weekly reclaims that EMA 100, then I'll be looking at this as potentially a bottom. And that's just, you know, we know, as I've shown, Coca-Cola likes to make these aggressive dumps right to the weekly SMA 200, and then it should hold if it's bullish. If it doesn't, we fall through it. So, you know, that's kind of the hopium I have for bulls for Coca-Cola. I think it's going to reject here. It's lining up nice with the 90%, the EMA 100, but I do think we'll get a bounce here at the 60. It just makes sense to me. And if we don't, then it's a really telling sign that this is majorly effed, and it's probably going to break down more. 2-week also is giving us confluence. Since we lost a weekly EMA 100, we'll find a time frame that fits our bias. So we'll go to the 2-week. The EMA 100 and the 2 weeks right there at the 90%. So now we have the 2-week, the weekly, and the monthly, 3 different time frames giving us that $60 zone as an important level without even knowing that the mean line is at $59. And so again, just we really want to see a bounce soon. And if we don't, then yeah, I do think we're going to go to the 40s. But I'm hopeful we'll see some kind of bounce. We're at the kind of extremes on the HBDR, which actually surprised me to see us at the 95% on Coca-Cola on the weekly. So statistically, we should see some kind of bounce, especially when we've had a pure month of just red only. So we'll have to see kind of where that opens. If we do get a bounce though, and we reclaim that EMA 100, great, awesome. It'll be a good sign that maybe the bottom's in. It'll be confirmed though once we reclaim the EMA 9 on the monthly. If we get any monthly closure back above $66, then I'll be really keen that this is looking like more of a low. And then we see here on the weekly the cluster at 66. It's going to be a really massive zone here at $66. If we can get back above and reclaim it, then I'm eyeing that weekly median at $71. If we can reclaim that, then I do think Coca-Cola can go back up and actually test these highs, and that'll kind of be the big decision maker if it's going to, form some kind of lower high around here, or if it's going to actually bust on through and make a new high. Until then, though, I'm very bearish on Coca-Cola. I do think it's going to go to 60 and catch a bounce. The question will just be if it can sustain a bounce up, or if it just ends up rejecting 66 and then falling through, giving us the kind of, I guess, gasoline to accelerate us more down. So theoretically, though, we should see a bounce. We'd want these ranges to move, and we're at the 95%. So there's only a 5% chance of continuation, while volatility is at 92%. So $60, I'm going to stand on that. I think we'll get some bounce, and then we'll just reassess later. Let me just see really fast if there's any silver crosses, and then I'll be done with this. We see the daily silver crossed, and we're almost testing the daily silver cross. The daily also hasn't retested that 9 in a while, so all eyes here, and we also know though that the weekly EMA 100 is right around there. So, that's why I do think we can reject here. So we'll have to see. Daily silver crossed, the 2-day freshly silver crossed, and it's currently the retest would be at 63.90. So that is interesting to see, the 2-day freshly silver crossed. But volatility is at extremes here. So, a mean reversion bounce right here maybe hits the 2-day retest of the silver cross. Wouldn't surprise me, but at that point, then we're reclaiming that weekly, and the weekly's closing in 2 days. So we kind of just want to see a rejection here if you're bearish.
This chart kind of reminds me of the Tether Dominance one. It seems like it's got the breakdown. Then on short temporality time frames, you're seeing extremes on volatility. But if you go to weekly, you see the volatility continues to expand with a move towards the downside. So it's very similar in a way.
Yeah, and Tether Dominance did eventually end up breaking down, just so everyone knows. So exactly, and I do think it's a breakdown's looming. We could easily get a bounce around here, though, especially when we see with the weekly, it had 4 red candles. So, the 5-day, the 9's freshly crossed into the 21. No silver cross here yet, though, but this comes up with this silver crossing on the 5-day. And then lastly, let's just check the weekly. I don't think there's anything. Same thing, 9 under the 21. And then the 2-week, nothing. So, yeah, I'm bearish on this. I do think that bears will push us down where we're at. I wouldn't be stacking longs in here unless we reclaim this. Then my thesis is dead of us going to 60. and then we'll probably get a bigger bounce to 66. But as long as we're under that, while the daily is retesting the silver cross, you have to be really cautious of us coming down more. Now we easily can come down to 60 and quickly get bought up. But right, just like Alejandro was saying, right here, you know, we had this massive diagonal. Tether Dominance was looking bearish, just chopped a little bit, came down, rallied up, made a lower high. Then we got the big breakdown. So Coca-Cola could easily do that. Where we're at now, we're holding the diagonal. We easily could chop around it, maybe come down to 60. There's the chop, come up, reclaim it, go up to 66, form a lower high, and then break down. You know, the trend is still your friend. And for now, let me just check real quick. The trend is still up, and this scenario too would keep the trend up still.
Mm-hmm.
It all will hit, and so that is interesting to see. So the trend is still up. You really, as a bull, don't want $58 to get lost, because if it does, then this shifted and we're now in a downtrend. But you know, in viewing this too, I know you like these, Alejandro, but if we get maybe a mini pump up to here, you know, this could form like a right shoulder. You know,
oh yeah,
kind of a nice one here. So, you know, just some speculation. So, you know, I'd be really keen to a rejection here, bounce at 60, watch the reaction at 66, and then all eyes essentially if we do break down kind of at that weekly SMA 200. If we lose that and lose $58, then Coca-Cola is basically in a bear market for me, and I do think it's going to go back down pretty harshly over time, of course. But first level will be 52, and then 44 to $45. That's all I have with Coca-Cola. Not the best looking chart. Kind of surprises me how weak it looks. But you bring up a great point with the RFK, so it makes sense then.
And again, they're not going to be completely lost. All they're going to do is change what product. So instead of giving people Coca-Cola in a school as the first choice, they're going to give them toilet water through Dasani. Do you know that's what that is, or not really?
No, I've heard people hate Dasani water. They just, like, out of all the water bottle brands, hate that one.
Well, it tastes like it's the only water that tastes like something, and it tastes like absolute shit. And what it is, and not a lot of people know this, is all of the waste water from every Coca-Cola brand, all of that waste gets filtered, purified, and then served to you. So that's your Dasani water. That's why it tastes like absolute dog shit, no matter what the presentation is.
Those cheap.
Yeah, assholes. What was I going to say? Render. And then afterwards, Michael Saylor time with MicroStrategy. But render first.
He's very happy today.
Oh, I bet he is, with his tiny little hands. With his tiny little hands. It's a weird looking dude.
Yeah.
They're rotating him on all podcasts. This is why I'm saying it cannot be that far away from the top. I'm just saying there are signals.
Close. We're very close, I feel like, too. At least to some major flush out, because there's too many tourists here. I mean, a lot of people are jumping into crypto. A lot of random people are texting me. My mom's talking about it. My grandfather's talking about Bitcoin going up. Can't imagine how many boomers entered after Donald Trump kind of supported it. So,
yeah, so there we are. All right, thank you, sir. Vamos a ver Coca-Cola. Quiero decirles algo antes de empezar esto. Acuérdense que en Estados Unidos, y esto es una nota que igual y funciona, no le sirve para nada, pero acuérdense que en Estados Unidos Coca-Cola tiene muchos contratos de gobierno. Y a eso me refiero, que en muchas escuelas públicas lo que les dan de tomar, que el gobierno compra para los niños, es Coca-Cola. Y es el producto estrella, y es la compañía estrella, etcétera. Y lo ha sido por décadas y décadas y décadas, que los hace brillantes en todo lo que han hecho. Pero si con la nueva administración de Trump, RFK, que es el tío encargado de todo lo que es nuestra salud, decide que va a quitar las sodas de las escuelas, lo que probablemente veas es una corrección buena, pero interesante, digamos, en Coca-Cola, no algo gigantesco comparado con Bitcoin o con cualquier otra tabla, pero esa sería la oportunidad de oro para entrar a Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola no va a ir a ningún lado. Para la gente que comprende el poder de Coca-Cola en todos los países del mundo, sabe que no va a ningún lado. Lo único que va a tomar es simplemente realocar qué productos le dan a los niños en Estados Unidos, sacar tal vez los refrescos con azúcar y empezar a meter más agua de excusado, que es la que venden acá, la de Dasani. esa madre sabe a culo, y es porque lo es todo el desperdicio de toda, esto es lo que se dice, es el desperdicio de todas las fábricas relacionadas con Coca-Cola de agua, lo purifican y te lo venden para que puedas probar esa deliciosa agua en lo que vas en un avión diciendo, ¿qué carajos hay en esta botella de agua? Pero ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, solamente quería hacer ese paréntesis. Vale, empecemos con la trimestral. Pueden ver esta vela, lo bajista que es potente, una vela de reversión, pero no es envolvente porque no llegó a tomar la parte de arriba. Para mucha gente que nos está viendo apenas, que está aprendiendo, vamos a hacerlo. Recuerden, cada una de estas velas son 3 meses. Eso quiere decir que esta vela abrió en los $72 y ahorita está en $62. Y también, normalmente cuando tienes una vela que te dice hay una reversión bajista, y ahora ve esto, esta es una vela perfecta de eso. Esta vela, la de acá, es una vela súper bajista. Y van a decirme, pero ¿cómo, cabrón? Si el precio subió. Correcto, porque aquí es donde tienes que aplicar confirmaciones. Para confirmar este movimiento de Coca-Cola, tendrías que haber cerrado abajo de los 36.47 con 2 velas. No lo hiciste ninguna sola vez. ¿Cuándo eliminas esta vela? Arriba del 60.28. ¿Cuántos cierres arriba del 60.28 has tenido? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Entonces pueden ver cómo más o menos funciona eso de la confirmación para poder ver cuando vemos una vela que tiene cierto look que puede no funcionar. Y también no es el fin ni tampoco el principio de nada. Esta vela también es una trampa total, la de acá, porque es una vela de tope. Entonces todo el mundo creyó acá, ya se fue todo al nepe, vino a retestear y se va a ir para abajo y bolas, güey, subió. Así que solamente interesante para tener en mente para todos ustedes. Hemos visto que Coca-Cola a través del tiempo simplemente está en una tendencia alcista gigantesca. Déjenme eliminar esas pinches líneas. Está en una tendencia alcista gigantesca. Y es más, ¿saben qué? Déjenme ver algo. Quiero usar este extremo simplemente para mi propio entretenimiento. Ok. Esto podría ser, sin problema alguno, a fin de cuentas, que juegue esto, puedas caer, no sé, hasta los 50, ¡pum! Continuar subiendo, interesante. Voy a quitarla y voy a poner otra de acá a acá, porque eso es una jugada interesante. Pueden ver que esto literalmente fue un SFP. Ya saben lo que es un SFP. Si no, tenemos ahí el Discord lo que explica todo el criptolingo y todo el trading lingo para ustedes. Y si no es suficiente, ahí está el curso, no se olviden. ¡Boom! Rechazo aquí arriba para abajo. Simplemente algo que notar, ¿ok? Simplemente algo que notar. Ahora, ya que estamos por acá, quiero darme una vuelta y ver. Podemos ver qué es lo que estamos viendo en simple estructura. Estás creando nuevos mínimos más altos. Altos más altos, bien, cumple con todos los requerimientos para ser alcista. Vale, vamos a ver a largo plazo, a muy largo plazo. Podemos ver que el 9, justamente de la trimestral, está en los 62.35. Este número es muy importante, 62.35, anótenlo en la trimestral y también anoten el 63.92 del 5. ¿Ok? Y ahora, vamos rápido a la mensual. Y ahorita van a ver por qué. El mejor gráfico para Coca-Cola es, en mi opinión, el semanal combinado con el diario. Ahorita van a ver por qué. Ahora, estamos en la mensual. En la mensual has perdido el promedio de la 9, has perdido el promedio del 5, has perdido el 21, que está en los 63.07, y estás justamente acá, te viniste a apoyar, ni siquiera la tocaste todavía, la línea diagonal meme que tenemos dibujada por acá, todavía no lo ha venido a retestear. Pero cuando empiezas a perder esto en temporalidades altas es cuando, recuerden, si nosotros consideramos que algo está en un mercado alcista, cuando está el precio encima del promedio de la 9. Si en temporalidad mensual o más alta. Si pierdes el promedio de la 9, nosotros empezamos a ver esto como bajista. Entonces, por ahora, y esta vela no ha cerrado, faltan 9 días, 1 hora, esto nos pone un poco, porque tuviste este cierre. Este cierre fue abajo del promedio de la 9. Ese es tu primero. Este sería tu segundo. Si en 9 días, 1 hora, no puedes romper la zona de los $65 a la alza y tener cierres arriba de esta vela en los 65.70, prepárate a conocer a Dios. No, pues va a caer esto, nada más. Tengo que hacerlo un poco dramático para todos ustedes. ¿Qué quieren que haga? Eso me dedico. Pueden ver que Coca-Cola había expandido el movimiento justamente en esto y de ahí se cansó y empezó la volatilidad a contraerse en lo que el precio se estaba contrayendo. Déjame ver la de 2 semanas, a ver si pinta tan chido. La de 2 semanas ya está en extremo. Lo que 2 semanas te empieza a contar, ¿no? Puedes ver que tu volatilidad está a tope, casi está en 91.27%, se está oficialmente contrayendo. Una vez más, como sabemos, volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio es la línea blanca, se está contrayendo cuando ves que aquí a la derecha el blanco está arriba del de colores. Eso quiere decir que el promedio está más arriba que el precio y la volatilidad o lo que indica. Y eso te dice que está contrayéndose lo que esto está pasando por acá. Vean el promedio del 55 en esta temporalidad. También está en los 62.30. Una vez más, 62.30, 63. Importante. Esto es la jugada del siglo. ¿Ok? En la semanal, esto todavía no acaba de dar el movimiento. La volatilidad continúa expandiéndose y todavía puede tranquilamente llegar al 100%, está en 92%, mientras que el promedio está en 62.62%. Cuando tienes volatilidad que empieza a expandir o expandir en una bajada, en un movimiento para abajo, está empujándolo todavía más. Esto todavía te está diciendo que hay más campo para bajar. Atención, estamos viendo este gráfico mensual. En este gráfico mensual, el promedio del 200 está en los 60. No le gusta a Coca-Cola perder el promedio de los 200. Si pierde el promedio de los 200, tienes este tipo de movimientos, pero en general, y ahorita voy a borrar todos porque les voy a enseñar, ahorita voy a enseñarles más cosas. Pero ahora estás viendo a Coca-Cola caer por acá en esta temporalidad. De nuevo, ahora muy importante, promedio del 100. Estás por debajo. Tuviste un cierre por debajo y ahora veniste a retestearlo y te está rechazando mínimo hasta ahora. Como la niña en secundaria que no te peló, güey, igualito te está rechazando en este momento. Voy a acercarme a la diaria. Quiero que vean el promedio de la 9, ¿dónde está? En esa zona de los 62.88, 62.35 que hemos estado platicando. Aquí, Coca-Cola, sobre todo cuando lo estás viendo en la diaria, vean, vienes de periodos de máximos extremos. Y en estos extremos, me recuerda mucho a la gráfica de la dominancia de Tether. ¿Qué fue lo que pasó después de que vimos eso? La continuación de la caída. Aquí en Coca-Cola, la última esperanza es poder retomar el promedio de los 9 si queremos continuar a la alza. ¿Qué es lo que definitivamente no quieres romper? Quieres definitivamente no bajar de 57.93. Si rompes este mínimo, vas a visitar muy, muy abajo por acá. Mínimo tu primer objetivo debería ser los $50 planos y de ahí podrías segundo objetivo 44. Sería una caída bastante potente para Coca-Cola, una empresa como Coca-Cola. Por ahora está aguantando acá. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Sencillo, en la semanal, aquí están todas tus claves, carnal. Coca-Cola tiene que superar el promedio de la 100, tiene que empezar a tener cierres arriba de esto porque es el promedio de la 9 en la diaria, arriba de los 62, 65. Una vez que haga eso y empiece a subir, no todo está acabado porque Coca-Cola podría tranquilamente hacer esto, rechazo y para abajo a buscar el objetivo. Y es lo que normalmente pasa con esto. Y si eso se llega a dar, también tendrías una formación de hombro, cabeza, hombro, como lo dijo Alex, al mismo tiempo. Pero esto haría un alto más bajo y luego vendrías a barrer este mínimo, que sería la jugada sucia de Coca-Cola. Sería la jugada de Desani de Coca-Cola. Eres bajista, simplemente tienes que empezar a cerrar debajo del promedio de los 100, 62, 65. Continuar, faltan 2 días y 4 horas para ver esta semana también, darnos 2 cierres debajo de él y continuar. Tu siguiente objetivo son los 60 planos, que es donde está el promedio de las 200 en la semanal, y de ahí nos vamos para abajo. Así que atención con Coca-Cola. Interesante. Alrighty. Let's do renda.
Nice. So render is looking okay. I have the trend wave catalyst on here, and I just wanted to point out, you know, altcoins aren't the cleanest, but with this price action here, we made this low, and then we tried to go up and press the last lower high, but came down, chopped around, and then we finally did it. But then we came all the way back down, never broke this low though, and then boom, formed another higher high. And so for me now, I'm kind of on higher low watch. it would make a lot of sense, especially if my bias is Bitcoin will get some pullback around 95, 96K. With the trend, in my opinion, shifted now on the 5-day, it would be wise to view a higher low as an opportunity. And so where am I going to view that at? Where and like, where's the place to bid, and where would I view that? Well, for me, excuse me, when viewing the 5-day, we see here, we have the 9, we have the 9, we have the 5, the 34, and the 21. The 34 has been basically catching major resistance for this chart for a while now. We've simply been rejecting it, and we actually haven't been above on the 5-day closing basis above all these moving averages in a very long time. And so what I'd be watching for is to see where this 5-day closes. Ideally, what bulls want is $7.40 to actually hold, and then simply we get a pullback into the next 5-day closure. I'd be watching for us to come all the way back down to maybe $6 to $6.10. Could even be on a wick basis before we actually break up to $10. It would make a lot of sense to me. We form a higher low. It's dirty. It kind of stops everyone out that's hoping that $7.40 holds. It would be a pretty sizable pullback, line up with my thesis that Bitcoin pulls back here. But simply that would just retest the 5-day 9, while also testing the 21 and also the 34. And we know that these moving averages have been rejecting render since it broke down here in June. And so breaking above it, awesome. Let's just get the backtest and let it prove to us that it's support, while also flipping that $6.10. It's not totally out of render's characteristic to do this. Rips up, comes down, aggressively retests the $6 before making the bigger move up. Just like here, where I'm very sure bulls were very happy the 5-day closed above $7.40. Anyone who longed $7.40 here, hoping that this was going to spring, kind of got screwed over. And that's kind of the setup I'm watching for. It's not clean, but it's just how render acts. It's very predatory. Where we'll break out and then retest really aggressively, and it's also an altcoin. And so for me, it would make a lot of sense for that to happen. Or bulls actually do get the spring, and we hold the $7.40, and then that support. So for me, I'll be more keen if you're trading this on leverage to just wait for the pullback around $6. It makes a lot of sense to me. You're getting more of an extremity trade. But also, you kind of know where you're wrong if you're no leveraging it, and you start longing around the 6 to maybe 590. Just it's kind of high, but you can just have your hard stop at $4.13, and you simply know you're wrong if we start losing that 5-day EMA 100 again. But also, we're very close to silver crossing to the upside, assuming we go up more from here. We know the 9 has just crossed bullishly above the 21. But still under the 55, the 21 is. So no silver cross yet, but close. The 5-day here is looking good. We're at the 50% zone, above the median as well. Curious to see where that median is right now. $5.14. So, we're just getting like a nice cluster around like 580 to 513. That's why I'm more in the camp that we could get a pullback, ideally on the next 5-day closure. But seeing this 50% kind of tells a different story, because it kind of just, as long as we're above the 50%, it's more hopium. We freshly lost the blue zone to the upside, which tells me that the next zone should be around that 80% at $9. And so, I guess with the 5-day analysis, we'll first see where these move up. I can update the Discord after today's closure, because if these move up and maybe this starts going up closer to that $10, it'll be, I guess, good confluence that maybe we don't get a deeper pullback and we just kind of go to $10. But if this moves down and maybe meets price kind of where it's at, around $8.40, because currently it's at $9, then, could just play into maybe on the open, we rally up, reject the 80%, and then come down. So it'd be really important to see where this 5-day closes to actually kind of solidify my bias up or down. The daily here is also at support. We ideally want it to hold. If not, and we lose it, then yeah, we see the 50% right around $6. Again, comes in nicely with that area I mentioned, and still could just be another higher low. If we're taking the trend on the daily, then you just essentially wouldn't want $6.36 to get lost. So if you're bullish, you want this 50% to move up. The ideally what you'd want, the ideal scenario would be that this 50% moves with price to $6.70, kind of matching then what we see with the 5-day, giving us just more confluence that this area should hold if we get any kind of dumps to that. So again, I will update the Discord because I know a lot of people don't have the HBDR. But when we're dealing with not a lot of data with the chart, the HBDR can be kind of OP because it can kind of just tell us, or at least guide our bias on the zones. And for now, I do think it's wiser to kind of watch for a pullback here, especially if I do think crypto will get some kind of pullback. Again, on the 2-week, we see the cluster here. Freshly, we reclaimed the 2-week median, which hasn't happened in a long time, actually. We lost it here in May of 2024. We've been below it this whole time. We busted on through, formed a green dildo, and now we're above it nicely. 11 days, though, this candle has. So, again, would it really be shocking to anyone if we came down and tested this? Probably not. And then this cluster here tells me that, yeah, this $6 zone, $6.10, $6.30 should hold. If it doesn't, then we're now under the 2-week median again. And we just simply know last time it did that, well, it led to a nice downside move. But then also last time it reclaimed the 2-week median. Really simply put, it reclaimed it, and then we fell down on the next 2-week closure, retested it. And also, if you view this, we had a cluster here too. Oh, wow. Let me do this. We had this very similar to what we have now, which is we had all the major moving averages clustering with the median, giving us ultimate confluence that this is a big zone. If we view the chart here, we see we're clustering again. So, right there. So ideally, we'll get some kind of bounce from there. That'll lead to a spring, and then all eyes on $10. Breaking $10, in my opinion, brings us back to that wick high around $12. And then, does the altcoin do what altcoins like to do, which, squeezes up, comes all the way up, gets everyone long, and then fizzles out, forms a macro lower high. Maybe. But that's why it's really important. That's why me and Farn talk about, for an altcoin to be strong, we just want it to break its last previous high. So it'll just be really important that happens.
By the way, how do you feel about the setups in volatility for the weekly and 2-weekly? 2-weeklies resetting, weeklies kind of maybe starting to support that move towards the upside, telling us that it's brewing. I mean, wouldn't surprise me, just like you're saying, coming back and revisiting those 6, like that mean line around the 6 flat, and then just springing up like crazy, but could also, because on short time frames, volatility is exhausted.
Yeah, and I mean, you're right. The weekly is firing off, not the strongest volatility setup, but granted, we've also never had we've never had low volatility, zero volatility. So for as low as it could be, we are in that bounce zone, as we can just very closely see. This one in June led to the downside move. This one led to the upside move. And then this one also led to the upside move. We consolidated, reset it. And then, once we get around 15 to 14%, render does like to kind of spring from there. So you are right. We are getting the same exact thing with price action supporting it. So that's why I do think, any move here will probably get bought up, and that'll probably take us to that $10 zone. Because these moves are big. Like, if we're going to take the bullish one over the bearish one, once it's fired off, it was right here. And it was above 15%. So we'll just take it from when it started to curve up, which was right here. And that was pretty big. That was a 200% move. Even the one on the downside, we take it from here, and then it started to move up. From this point, that was 62%. It's pretty massive. So we're dealing with pretty big ranges for render. That's why I'm saying, like, from this point going up 50, 60%, I mean, it's not the craziest, I guess, especially with what we know with Bitcoin dominance, looking like it definitely is approaching some kind of major area of resistance with what I showed on the weekly. It definitely could mean that certain altcoins like Render, Solana, maybe even Link, like the Link Marines, get some kind of actual bid for the alts. It is nice to see, too, the weekly and the 2-week above the median. So, yeah, and the 2-week here, if we view it, We're still contracting, which is fine. It's awesome, actually, because what this means is we're at the lowest volatility ever for this chart, which is extremely interesting to see. Last time we were even as close to this, which was, again, around here in July, and we decided to expand. It just basically brought us down from here down. So that was 28%. And then even here, this brought us up. And this is 2 week. And remember, we're lower than these setups here. So the lowest point was at this. And then we went up to the extreme point right here. Yeah, that was a major setup. 700%.
Yeah, 700%.
700%. Wow. And remember, we have a bigger setup brewing now here. This is an actual Hamas setup because this is lower volatility. But it's still contracting. We still can keep going down. Maybe we'll hit the 15% like the weekly did and start curving up. Or maybe we actually, for the first time, put in a volatility setup where we go all the way down, hit zero volatility, and then start flipping up. More unlikely, in my opinion, considering we're at the lowest point of volatility and the weekly looks like it's ready to bust up, which again will just inherently bleed into the 2 week. But still really, really interesting to see that. So, render could be a good academy long if we get this pullback, which I'll be watching closely because, even on a spot trade, yes, I know from here, the invalidation's kind of big. And even on a spot, that's pretty massive. But, if we end up getting like a big move up, I'll be watching first that 50%. And then I'll be watching for maybe that 80%. If not 890, right around $18, which we're dealing with like 100 or 200%. So losing 30 to make 100%, however your risk to reward allows, it's still okay in my opinion. But it's just an altcoin. That's why we'll just want to try to bid as close to the invalidation as possible if you take it. And then last, let's just check like the monthly, not the 2 month, the monthly. The monthly again, just telling us the 2 weeks telling us this is low volatility. Never been this low. The monthly here, let me take the bands off. When reviewing the monthly is kind of looking like it's in an uptrend. And I just only say that because of where we're grinding out a low here. We never really took out the low here, putting in almost like a higher low. And now we're just trekking on for that higher high. Not a lot of data, but the monthly is not looking that bad actually. And it just solidifies that, yeah, if we end up breaking, especially on this monthly, this low, that was like at $4.11, which is kind of crazy to think about. This is a 61% candle. Wow. So yeah. Pullback here definitely wouldn't be out of the question. I just am realizing that 61% down. But it's looking good, like in the sense that we came down, we went up, we didn't break that high. Now we're busting on. Could we easily come back down, maybe to here, form some higher low again, and then just come up for that, actual higher high break? Maybe, because it's going to take a lot of fuel to reach this, wick highs. We know that, if we simply put a line here, this $10 zone that I have, $10 flat to $10.60 is pretty massive. And then for us to test that wick high actually would, from that point, be still another 30%, which just tells you how volatile this is, for it to wick up 30% more and then come back down. So, it's going to take some fuel, which to me tells me it's going to take some bear trapping. So, that is interesting to see. We do see that monthly median is right around $12.74, would technically be the next target. So it lines up with what I'm saying. We're going to be in that important area. We end up busting onto the $12 zone. And then bulls really want to break that high. So if they can break the high, reclaim the median, we're dealing with like a $30 target here, which ideally this will move down. But anywhere from 20 to 30 bucks from $7 even is money. Even it from $13 to $30 is money. So yeah, good chart, whoever brought this up. I can see why you would. It's looking constructive for sure. I just would not be longing here. And I definitely, even if we reclaim 740, I just still wouldn't feel comfortable longing that, just simply because of what happened last time we reclaimed 740. And we just end up always wicking to $6. Here, yes, we didn't, but then on this one we dumped, hit $6, and then that was our real move up, trapping shorts. I'm watching the same scenario, especially when we get a cluster here of just the moving averages. And also we know that the 2-week freshly just got reclaimed. So to the book, you would expect a retest here before we test the 50%. So good chart. Render's looking really not too bad. Yeah, it's looking good. The quarterly is above the 9, and it's reclaiming, or it's holding the 5 too. So, you know, no matter how I view it, render's looking good. And we, I guess, see on the quarterly now it's populated the 50%, and the median is right at $22. So again, we keep seeing that $20 to like $25 zone keep getting brought up.
I think this shit's gonna run like crazy. This seemed to be like everyone's favorite altcoin when it got to the peak, which is when they had like that pop. Everyone was talking about render, and I think there's
for sure. No, I mean it was. Look at its price action. I mean, I mean at this point, once it held the support at $4.30, where it held now, I mean it busted on and rallied 200% in 1 month and a month and a week. It rallied 200%. And so it up 60% now is impressive. Could we get a pullback and then actually fulfill the all-time high prophecy? Maybe. Sure. At minimum, though, I do think we can go up to $10, which is still 50%. So I'm wrong on this idea, though. If we end up breaking $4.20, and we'll be very cautious if the weekly starts losing the 9. The weekly starts losing the 9, then that has implications for the 2-week median getting lost. And if that gets lost, then I'll be looking at this as a bull trap. And I say that because, right, we reclaimed the median with force. We closed above the $6, but then if we come all the way back down and close back under it, it's just going to look like a massive SFP. And then we're running the risk of like this setup here where we fell back into the median. And then from that point, I mean, we fell pretty heavily, 68%. So as long as we're above that 2-week median, I'm holding the bias that we're going to go to $10. And then from there, if we reclaim it, we're going to test the all-time highs. $12.80 to even around $13 will be very key for bulls. They end up not busting on and breaking that high, then you're going to like really run the risk of like a double top. And then that's going to not look the best at all. And because usually altcoins die after that. It's just a mega trap. You pump, you get retail horny again. Bitcoin tops, your altcoin tops. You don't get alt season. This was like alt season. It going up like, you know, from the bear market.
Yeah, it's insane.
That could be season. I don't know. 600 days, you make 2,860%. I mean, if someone divides that, that's like you're making multiple percentages a day. And so like if we do get a pump up, this is next thing bears are going to be wanting is the double top scenario. You know, as long, and then their invalidation would simply be this, just this wick high or around there. So that is what we could be dealing with, or we truly do just break out and we test the 20s, and you know we're going to be sitting here in like the next quarter being like, down. We should have aped in that render at $7. Now it's at $20 to $18. But until then, it's an altcoin. Bitcoin, I'm going to hold the bias. It's going to top soon, at least locally. And I do think if render gets a major squeeze, this could play out just because it's an altcoin. So be very careful about that. And yeah, I'm trying to think of like an altcoin that might have done this before, but I don't look at alts, so I really can't. I can't think of one off the top of my head. Maybe Litecoin. No, it just literally topped and then didn't even test its high. Ethereum Classic, no. And you see just how like these went through the bear market, and this is what I was telling you, and it just died. That $90,000 in these altcoins from the last cycle that went through a bear market just never ever recovered after that. So yeah, I mean that's it. I mean I'm just basically doing nothing important now. I'm just trying to find maybe a double top, but I can't find it. Maybe like Bitcoin if it does that. But yeah, I mean render very well. It's looking good. Volatility is at the lowest it's ever been. that's going to guide our bias up, especially as long as we're above the 2-week median and the weekly 9. It's looking actually quite nice. So we'll have to see the quarterly is above the 9 and also the monthly is. And so if we close the monthly anywhere around here, or even maybe the monthly closes under $7.40, awesome. Could just play back into, let's dump this 20 to 15%, get a nice bounce up, and then test the highs. And that's it. That's all I see with render. It's looking good. I'm bullish on this, and yeah, it'd be interesting to see where it goes. I at least think it can go to $10, and then from there we'll have to really watch. And remember that monthly median's at $12.74. So if we rallied up to that, I mean, and we rejected it, could be your double top scenario. And just like Barnes said with the monthly median, it's a very, very, very strong point for the chart. So.
Like a motherfucking magnet. We're gonna go into MicroStrategy now, but dude, I'm adding render to my watch list. I need it feels good. Feels good.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes, but definitely not long in right now. But looking good.
If we get that pullback, maybe. So that could be just like I said on Pepe, and it dumped 20% and then it made a new all-time high. These altcoins are volatile down, but like they do end up springing from those zones pretty quickly if you can just time it right.
Well, it's like you're saying, it definitely like breaking this area right here in the 7.5. It does it, then it comes down. It does it, and then before it really goes up, it really fucking comes down.
That's why I'm like, if it reclaims 740, awesome, but I'd much rather just take the more like $6.30, $6.70 trade, because it's an altcoin and we want to take it as close to the stop loss as possible.
Couldn't agree more, sir. MicroStrategy now.
Perfect.
Thank you. Vale, estamos viendo Render en este momento. Es una moneda, me parece que es en el ecosistema de Solana. Una de las favoritas, me parece, de todo el mundo en cuanto a altcoin se refiere. Tuvo un gran zampompazo este ciclo. Y eso estamos hablando de mínimos por acá atrás. Hasta donde estamos, estás hablando de 4000%. Si hubieras hecho eso con tu dinero, no mames, 4000% la locura que es. Pero vamos a acercarnos y vamos a analizar esto rápido. Voy a quitar todos mis indicadores para que puedan ver esto, simplemente el dibujito. Hay cosas que a veces vale la pena más, me gusta analizar de manera más sencilla, ya viendo toda la confluencia con lo más complejo, pero esto es sencillo. Tuviste tu alto histórico en el 11 de marzo del 2024. Desde ahí tuviste una corrección al precio de hoy, bueno, no, hasta abajo, de 75%. Normalmente en un mercado bajista de alts, bastante normal, es más, bastante positivo, ni siquiera normal. Caen 80, 90% normalmente. Y como Solana cayó 95% del alto histórico, me parece que fue el número. Pero igual estoy hablando del biculo, no tengo idea, no tengo la información enfrente de mí. Ahora, viendo esto, obviamente tienes tu alto, tienes un alto más bajo y empezaste a crear bajos más bajos. Pero acá empiezas a formar estructura. Lo pueden ver por acá. Empiezas a crear este bajo, este alto más alto, y ahora tienes este alto más alto que barre literalmente todo menos esta vela de los 8472. Otra cosa que vale la pena ver en este gráfico semanal, habíamos platicado de este uptrend que había y pudieron ver cómo la jugó y después subió. Es muy ahora sí, muy predatorio este pedo. Pueden ver que este nivel para render, en realidad esto es como un nivel temporal, el de aquí en medio, el de entre los 6 y los 7.50. Le gusta ranguear más de 4 a 6 y también le gusta estar arriba del 7.50. Pero quiero que vean esto. Acá tuvimos esta vela que nos dijo, nos vamos para el cielo, papi. Te la regresaron. Nos vamos para el cielo, papi. Te la regresaron, pero hasta los 5.80 y ya de ahí se fue al cielo. Eso es más o menos lo que nosotros estamos pensando va a poder pasar en esta zona. ¿Por qué lo decimos? Primero, en la semanal, todos nuestros promedios están justamente aquí en esta zona. Todos, absolutamente todos. Lo que normalmente actúa como un imán para el precio. Eso es lo primero. 2, el promedio de la 100 empezó a popular por acá. Nunca ha estado el precio por debajo. Y cuando el precio ha estado por debajo de la 100, es esta zona y esta zona. ¿Qué son esos? SFPs. Esos son breakouts bajistas, o sea, son breakouts bajistas falsos y acaban siendo alcistas. Normalmente después de esto tienes un gran movimiento a la alza y lo tienes una, dos veces. Y esta vez está más cargado si puedes ver el tamaño de las velas y el volumen de las velas y empiezas a ver el precio crecer. Eso es otra cosa que estamos viendo. Ahora, viendo con los promedios, déjenme quito mi lapicito, podemos ver que la volatilidad empieza a expandir desde acá, desde desde el 11 de noviembre y ahorita está en 30%, apoyando este movimiento para arriba, lo que nos hace ponernos bastante alcistas en esto. En la de 2 semanas, la volatilidad está bajando y está bajando a extremos donde nunca ha estado. Entonces, esto está haciendo un reset para poder acompañar un movimiento fortísimo, si es que sea, podría ser a la alza o a la baja, todavía no sabemos, pero si estamos viendo la semanal que está empezando a voltearse para arriba junto con el precio, tal vez eso nos empieza a decir que Render probablemente vaya a buscar justamente eso. En la diaria puedes ver que esto acompaña nuestra teoría cuando la volatilidad está exhausta y empieza a bajar y está muy por debajo, no muy por debajo del promedio, pero está por debajo del promedio. El promedio está en los 93%, la volatilidad en 88%. Cuando vemos esto en temporalidades más cortas, ¿qué nos dice? Que hay consolidación de precio. Y ahora pueden ver que nuestro promedio del 155 están aquí por esta línea meme de los $6, que es lo que nosotros pensamos va tranquilamente venir a retestear. No nos sorprendería para nada. Entonces, en diferentes temporalidades nos está dando mucha confluencia que probablemente veamos tantito más de esto, probablemente algo así, ya que todo el mundo crea que se acabó la esperanza, formas un bajo más alto que el pasado y nos vamos a continuar y a buscar el siguiente alto, que está por acá en los $11. Ahora, esto se ve alcista, pero no quieres entrar acá, quieres entrar en un retesteo en long, no quieres entrar en donde estás, porque ahorita estás en medio del trade. Así que simplemente interesante, render bastante bueno, lo voy a poner en mi watch list, me gusta. Vamos a ver si nos puede sorprender. Ya me veo temporalidades más cortas, 4 horas. La de 4 horas estamos viendo una buena corrección. Perdón, estoy dibujando como imbécil. Dale, tío. Y en la de 4 horas, el movimiento estuvo sobrevendido por acá, continuó y el precio subió. Esa es una divergencia. Vamos a ver esto por acá. La volatilidad está empezando a intentar voltearse en contra del precio. Entonces, en la de 4 horas no tenemos tanta nueva información jugosa. En la de 2 horas sí. En la de 2 horas nos está diciendo que la volatilidad está expandiendo, en lo que el precio está cayendo, lo que nos diría que probablemente vaya a haber una corrección temporal en render para tener eso como un escenario bastante probable por acá. Okay, déjame, también, si ya me voy de degenerado, voy a ver la de 1 hora y la volatilidad viene de ceros, un mini setup de jamás, y ahora está expandiendo en lo que el precio está cayendo. Todavía no está expandiendo oficialmente. De nuevo, tenemos que llegar al 15%. Voy a poner acá 15%. Ok. Y una vez que venga por acá, si continúa esto a la baja, esto probablemente nos diga que esta va a ser la corrección que estamos a punto de ver. Entonces pongamos mucha atención. Esto es... pues no les enseñé las temporales altas, güey. Estoy perdido, carnalitos. Puedes ver cómo el promedio de la 9 justamente está en esta zona de los 5.4. Esto va a cerrar en 1 mes y 12 días, pero esto tendría que subir más o menos a esta zona. No me parece descabellado que Render haga, porque también, no solo no me parece descabellado, vean la gatada que ha hecho varias veces, que viene, por más que los cuerpos de las velas cierren en la zona de los $6, viene, elimina a todo el mundo que se subió y después sube. Otra vez y después sube. Esto, las altcoins son unas cerdas. Y luego, una vez que retomaste el promedio de las 5 acá también, tuviste un gran subidongo. Déjame ver de cuánto. Lo retomaste acá, así que vamos a empezar acá. De 200%. Y ahorita lo estás retomando una vez más. Es más, no lo perdiste, más bien. ¡Wow! Tiene cara render de que tiene bastante fuerza. Déjeme rápido, veo algo en los Solamis. Ya me veo Solana Bitcoin rápidamente. Pero render se ve potentemente bien. Solamis Bitcoin está ya en el punto donde está el apex de esta madre, si es que es lo que había dibujado. Déjame rápido, voy a la diaria a ver qué está pasando exactamente. Ah, tuvimos otro SFP en esto. Y ahora vas a venir a buscar por acá los Solamis, a menos de que se agarre por acá. Aquí ya la cosa sería... Porque, de nuevo, render es una moneda en Solana. Lo que podríamos ver es simplemente que esto pare acá, justamente donde está arriba de sus promedios, y dar continuación. Déjamelo ver en la semanal, a ver si hay algo que me apoye en mi teoría tan estúpida. Sí, el promedio del 21 está justamente ahí. Y bien, y se agarra el promedio del 21. Así que sí, efectivamente, damas y caballeros, efectivamente. Entonces, Solana está algo débil hoy. Vamos a ver. Buena oportunidad en Solana, ¿eh? Espérenme. Retesteo acá. 2.25. ¿Qué tan realista es esto? Tranquilos. Bastante, honestamente. Ajá. Bastante, bastante, bastante. Vale, perdón, me voy a dejar de distraer y vámonos a ver MicroStrategy. Discúlpenme, me distraigo por mi cerebro tan pequeño. Alrighty, sir.
Nice.
Sorry, was getting distracted.
No, it worked out good. Bathroom break.
Great.
So MSTR, MicroStrategy, MicroSailor is very, very bricked up, and his chart's bricked up. This is massive green candle on this. So where are we now? So we see here volatility on the weekly is, oh my God, the drawing tool. Volatility on the weekly is at 97.22%. We're very close to extremes. We obviously can stay at extremes for a while, as we all know, but it's just something to know, especially when we're approaching the 99.5% zone on MicroStrategy. Meaning there's only a 0.5%, or in this case, a 0.34% chance of going up more, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. When we go to the monthly, we're actually at the 95%. So is it crazy with volatility too at extremes? And last time it was at extremes was here for 2 sessions, and then we consolidated, and then here we have the breakout. So is it crazy to maybe think of a pullback here? Probably not, especially when I do think Bitcoin will get some pullback. And actually, I do think MicroStrategy could be an easier short than crypto. And I only say that simply because of the higher time frames and simply where they're at. Now, these can move up, but if they end up like moving up, okay, that's bullish. But if they move down, then that'll, again, just kind of more time to maybe they get a pullback and maybe they retest some of these zones. So pretty big ranges too. I mean, from the 90% to the 95%, you're dealing with what? Let's see. And this is a monthly, but my God, 50% range. That's absolutely mental. So it's a little, I mean, these probably will move up because that's kind of insane, the difference. But you should definitely not be longing up here. We're at a psychological number. We're at also the 95 and also the 95% on the weekly, but also the we're almost to the 99.5% as well. So on the monthly and the weekly, it's telling you definitely not to long this right now. And if you're thinking about it, yeah, definitely take a cold shower. Let me see really quick. Let's see how the daily looks then. So the daily just hit extremes now. Yeah, it's hit extremes for the first time today on this pump. We see here we almost back tested the 95% at $445. And I keep saying this 540 to 545 it keeps coming up. I personally think MicroStrategy is gonna find some rejection around here though. I think that any rallies up to like 530 are gonna probably be a short opportunity in my opinion. Because as much as we see this, we see the weekly here. I don't see why there wouldn't be a reason why we wouldn't hit this, especially when I'm already seeing on crypto Twitter people are shorting this right now. Would make sense to kind of come up a little bit higher, let the weekly hit extremes, and then find some little pullback, if not consolidation. I mean, from that point, you're still dealing with a almost 6% move up. But then at that point, around 520 to 530. I do think you're going to get a deeper pullback. And where could that come? Well, right now, we see here that weekly 5 has been holding and it's matching up with the 95%. If this moves, if these ranges move, which they will on next closing basis, the 5 will move as well. And so we'll just have to kind of see where that goes. If we go up to the 99.5%, we could reject and come back down over time to, maybe this zone here. But it's just hard to say when this is closing in 2 days and we know they're going to move up. But currently, I mean, rejecting here would take us to $448. Losing that would take us back to like the 340. But, I don't think we're going to revert this entire candle. It's very strong. It's a 45% weekly candle, and Bitcoin and Coinbase, crypto as a whole, is just looking bullish. So, it's the only reason why I think maybe a short setup is just because of where we're at. But, and the quarterly doesn't have a lot of data compared to everything else we've looked at, like Coca-Cola, but it's pretty extreme. And this just kind of points to the rallies can keep getting extreme the higher we get, essentially. Breaking this, I'm sure people shorted the hell out of this, almost basically 100% in the quarterly, and it just blasted through. The only, argument would be, well, yeah, there's just not a lot of data you're working with this chart, which is true. The quarterly is at 94% volatility. And so, the more I view MicroStrategy, the more I'm more on the camp that I do think we can go up slightly more. I don't think we're going to top here, but I do think like $520 to maybe $530 should find some deep pullback, in my opinion. We've had consistent green candles for 3 weeks now. Just like I mentioned on Bitcoin, MicroStrategy likes to go up for like 2 to 3 weeks, and then it catches some kind of pullback. Here was 5 weeks, but it caught some pullback back to the weekly 5. And then let's keep going. It rallied up for 2 weeks, pullback, rallied up for 2 weeks. Nice pullback, actually. That was to the EMA 34. Yeah, that was to 34. And then this one, 3 weeks, and then pulled back to the 9. So we're kind of in that territory where, yeah, Bitcoin likes to pull back after, 2 to 3 green weekly candles. MicroStrategy also does. While we're approaching the, historical delta range, the extremes, while volatility is kind of capping out. It just ties into you probably shouldn't be like longing this right here. It's just not wise. And even like catching a long at the 5 on the daily, yes, it's been holding, but it's just aggressive, because if I take the HPDR off now, you can just kind of see let's just take the 5 and the 55 off. From where the 9's at to where the 21's at, it's still a pretty big drop in terms of stock. It's a 17% move. Granted, these again will move on next closing basis, but it's slightly aggressive to kind of bid the 9, and then especially the 5. If we start losing this 5, it'll just kind of be signals. It'll be a signal to me that this is probably going to come down, and it ties into what we're saying. And then we're viewing the 9. If we lose that, then I do think we're going to come back down to like 300 to maybe 276. There we should catch some kind of support. We know on this dump, once we lost the 9, we went straight to the 21, and that caught us. And so it'd be unwise to first say we're going to go to the 34 when we know that the 21 has caught us, especially last time. And so that would be kind of my next zone, and I would be looking at that as an opportunity zone. And as it stands, it's, very far from price. But, with MicroStrategy, it is no stranger to deep pullbacks. This was 16%. This one, almost to the 21, was 17%. And then this one, that to the 9, simply just to the daily 9. Remember, daily, which is crazy, 18%. So would it be the most insane to maybe go up to like 525, 520, and actually get some kind of deep pullback, fill this gap, retest either the 5 or the 9, and then bounce? Probably not. And that could at least start shedding off some of that volatility. Curious to see where the moving average is. We are still above the moving average on the daily. The 12-hour, let me see, we are still above. Remember, once BBWP starts losing the moving average, it's just more of a signal, more confluence that we probably do get some consolidation, if not a tiny pullback. And we see here that the 4-hour is still nicely above the 9 as well. I mean, the moving average as well. But it's hitting extremes again. So, it shed it off a bit and then it straight up hit it on this rally. So,
it's the people shorting it
Yeah, and people are shorting this. I know that because I see it on crypto Twitter. I was trying to bring up a tweet. I wonder if I have it on my phone. It was just talking about MicroStrategy stats today, which I thought was pretty insane. I mean, it was the most traded stock in America today. Uh, it's been a year since a stock has traded more than one of the two, which is Tesla and Nvidia. It traded more than those two even today. Um, and the last time that has happened where a stock traded more than Tesla and Nvidia was GME.
Oh, fuck. So this is meme gains.
Retail is what that tells me. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And then MSTU, which is MicroStrategy's like leverage ETF, is the 5th most traded ETF today. And then MSTX, which again is associated with them, is the 8th. And this person, which I follow, Eric, he's never seen that before. Why I'm bringing this up is just because, look, we're at extremes on the chart on not even just the 4-hour, but like the monthly too. We're at extremes. Volatility is at extremes. We know that retail is buying this. Volatility is showing us that it's a lot of volatility. I mean, and volume too. Volume broke out nicely, and it's still even like from last month higher. And so volume is there, which is telling me that retail is buying this up. It's not very sustainable, and your best bet now would be to really be cautious of a pullback. If not consolidation for like a few weeks. I always like pullbacks because consolidation is boring, but and it's choppy. Pullbacks are nicer because it's just more to the book. It's easier and it retests stuff. But for now, we're gonna watch where these ranges step up. I'm really keen to that $520 to $525 is gonna reject on MicroStrategy. And then I'm watching the $450. If we start losing that $450, then I do think then we'll end up testing that daily EMA 5, daily EMA 9. I mean, right at $370, $380. Losing that, like I mentioned, probably will bring us to the 21. And then if we start losing the 21 after topping out around this zone, then yeah, it'll start really looking like a top, and then we have to really watch for that daily 34, because if we lose the daily 34, which remember, it's like the 9 usually holds. If it doesn't, we go to the 21. That then should hold, and if that doesn't, last chance is the 34. And if we don't hold that, it's usually a free ride to the EMA 100, if not the SMA 200. And then at that point, that's a major pullback, which then probably does mean we did somewhat locally top here if it came back down 58%. So be really mindful of this. We're at extremes. Retail is here. I'm not longing this right now. Bitcoin can easily go up to 96K. MicroStrategy can easily go up to 520. But at that point, it's like you're kind of dealing with very, very, very low probabilities that this is going to keep going up. And so just be very mindful of that. Don't long this right here. Even where the 2-week stands, it can close anywhere around here and then easily come back down to like 398 and retest to 95% before going up and breaking out. This is the next target to 643, which is crazy.
Sir, don't George this.
But yeah, still we still look at this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 6 2-week candles of just pure green. I mean, how much more could you want? And if you're buying this already when it's gone up, in 6 candles, it's like you really should just take a cold shower and go to the casino, get some free drinks. At least you get something for free instead of getting liquidated.
Stare at some old women's titties too.
And enjoy it. Yeah, really enjoy it. So that's all I have with MicroStrategy. It's at extremes. Really watch for a pullback. I'll potentially be watching for a short setup on this, because when you're reaching the extremes here, it's like if we do get any rallies up to here and we kind of know where it's at already, it could make for a very nice extremity short. I mean, look at the 2-day. We're almost at the 100%. It's like your probabilities of shorting this and getting any kind of pullback are pretty high when you go to the 100%. So I'll watch for the academy on this really carefully. You'll need to use candlestick theory, lower time frames, of course, and just understand that it's very player versus player right now. But you know, there's a lot of stupid retail and tourists here. It usually makes for the easy trades, and the most amount of money I've ever made are usually the easy ones like this, where it's just like, oh yeah, let me just, you know, we're at the extremes and we're putting in like a 15-minute shooting star. Let me short this with just like a 0.2 stop loss, and then I make bank. So it doesn't take a lot when you're, you know, going against dumb retail. MicroStrategy should get some pullback. At the psychological $500 level, be really careful about that.
Listen, I'm a dumb retail guy, so we got to learn, dude. Like, I mean, come on, just give me a break. You're fucking taking all of my money. God damn it. We're gonna do OpenDoor and then Nvidia.
Oh, cool.
Thank you, sir. Man, MicroStrategy, vaya. MicroStrategy, para todos ustedes que no lo sepan, MicroStrategy, no sé quién no sepa esto, pero todo el mundo lo sabe, porque en este momento Michael Saylor está teniendo su momento. ¿Y a qué me refiero con su momento? Lo están invitando a todos los podcasts, lo están invitando en televisión, está diciendo Elon Musk que compre Bitcoin y se lo meta por el culo. Está haciendo todo lo que dice MicroStrategy y Michael Saylor. Digo, Michael Saylor, no MicroStrategy. Aunque es la estrategia de Michael. Yeah, exactly. Aunque sí es la estrategia de Michael, para que quede claro. Pero MicroStrategy, damas y caballeros, cada que está en este tipo de extremos es cuando vemos normalmente un pico de mercado. Y no estamos diciendo que vaya a ser el final de todo, bla, 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 pero mínimo tiene que haber un pullback porque estamos en extremos. Hemos visto que el precio de MicroStrategy ha subido en solamente 3 de estas velitas, solamente en 3, más de 117%. 117% en 3 semanas y solamente ha subido. No ha habido ninguna corrección. Lo pueden ver por acá y vamos para arriba y continuamos para arriba encima de todos los promedios. Lo que podemos ver en el HPDR es que estamos llegando a niveles exhaustivos para el movimiento y el precio. Lo primero que quiero decir es, para analizar esto y aprender algo nuevo, está el precio en 494, el máximo histórico está en 499, la zona de 500, números cerrados, sobre todo la mitad de 1000, el 500, es un punto psicológico muy importante donde cuando tienes un punto psicológico, un precio importante, ese precio tal vez, bueno, no tal vez, tiene 70% de probabilidades contra 30% de probabilidades de encontrarse como resistencia la primera vez que lo toca. Y eso quiere decir que si lo encuentra como resistencia, va a haber un rechazo y va a bajar. Y eso va a haber una oportunidad para un short. Esa, Alex ya dijo, para los miembros de la academia, estén preparados que en cuanto se ponga sencilla la cosa, se los va a mandar. Él estará ahí en tiempo real haciendo esto. Ahora, en semanal, podemos ver que estamos llegando a extremos. En este momento, algo que me dijo Alex que me voló la cabeza es la acción más tradeada del día de hoy es MicroStrategy. Está el market cap en $100 mil millones, que es una absoluta locura para una empresa que solo ha comprado Bitcoin. Yo sé que hacen más cosas, pero es literalmente lo que ha hecho que suba el precio. El volumen normal de compra de acciones es de 25 millones. Hoy están moviendo 45 millones. Le ganaron a Nvidia, le ganaron a, no me acuerdo cuál era la otra popular, si es Tesla o no, con volumen. Y la última vez que eso pasó, que alguien le ganó a Tesla o Nvidia en volumen, fue GME. GME tuvo esa gran explosión y eso que nos indicó que toda la gente, retail, todo el inversor privado salió a comprar. ¿Y qué les pasó a todos? Todo el mundo sabe la historia, pero para los que no, se comieron una enterita. Eso es lo que les pasó, ¿ok? Entonces, cuando estamos en este tipo de extremos, atención. Ahora, la volatilidad todavía no llega al 100%. Esto nos puede tranquilamente dar continuación a esto. Y estás hablando de una tabla mensual. Vamos a ver rápido la de 2 semanas. Digo, semanal. En la de 2 semanas tienes un poco de la misma historia. Puedes ver cómo exactamente la volatilidad está en 96.83%, muy por encima del promedio y continúa ascendiendo. Ahora, en lo que está ascendiendo la volatilidad que has tenido, una expansión absolutamente brutal con 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 velas de 2 semanas cada uno a la alza. Esto es donde inicia el movimiento. Estás hablando de un 300% en literalmente 6 semanas, en un mes y medio. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Perdón, 12 semanas en 3 meses. Este tipo de movimientos no son tan normales, entonces tiene que haber un punto de exhaustión, de cansancio. Voy a ponerlos en la diaria para que vean cómo en la diaria ya empezamos a llegar a estos extremos de volatilidad y va a empezar a darse la vuelta, aunque todavía continúa subiendo, está por arriba del promedio, lo pueden ver acá en los números rojos, estando arriba de los blancos. Pero esto nos empieza a decir que por acá y por acá hay un tope, señores. Por acá hay un tope que nos vamos a encontrar. Vamos a poner la tabla de los 3 días rápidamente. Podemos ver lo mismo, volatilidad llegando a extremos. Y la de 2 días también me imagino que está exactamente igual, a punto de llegar a extremos. Esto nos hace pensar que de acuerdo al HPDR que estábamos usando con Alex para analizar esto, el precio que tiene bastante confluencia, la zona que tiene bastante confluencia de precios es entre los 520 y los 530. Lo más sensato y el trade que va a tener más oportunidad ahí va a ser un corto, porque literalmente no hay dónde entrar a esto para seguir y dar continuación. Tendría que consolidar por muchísimo tiempo. Pero recuerda, el corto no es de aquí a que se vaya a cero MicroStrategy. El corto es rápido para aprovechar la oportunidad de lo que estadísticamente nos da más probabilidades, que es un rebote a la baja después de llegar a los 500, $530, que es donde ya está el movimiento completamente exhausto y en extremos. Solamente quiero checar rápido la mensual. Veamos la mensual. Esa vela mensual, tío. Bueno, vieron, acá llegamos a extremos. ¿Y qué hizo después de extremos? Consolidar tremendamente. Acá llegamos a extremos y puede que esto consolide. De nuevo, consolidación es esto, ¿no? Y eso también da la oportunidad al corto, que si bajas acá a los 550 le estás sacando 10% y si usas apalancamiento, pues te imaginarás. Pero MicroStrategy se ve muy bien, muy fuerte, pero atención a todas las señales de tope que tenemos. De nuevo, no estamos diciendo que esto sea el final de todo y el final de la reversión, pero mínimo para uno de esos ajustes buenos e importantes, definitivamente está en la mesa en este momento, teniendo a Bitcoin en los $94,000 y viendo el espacio de cripto cayendo, la dominancia de Bitcoin subiendo. Así que atentos a este rally. Vámonos con OpenDoor, como de que no. Alex está listo en vivo y en directo para poderles traer esta delicia. Vámonos.
Nice, nice. Okay, cool. So OpenDoor is looking interesting. Let me throw this off real fast. And we see we're kind of in the midst of a breakdown, actually. And volatility is about to expand on the weekly. So let me draw this here. We know once it reaches above 15%, it kind of confirms it. Now, we don't always reach, to the 90%. So we have to be hopeful with these setups, but it very well could play out like this and then fizzles back down, resetting it, rallies up, expands it slightly, and then fizzles down and resets it. So that's just like a good lesson there. And we see that with the chop. Nice pump up and then resets, and then pump up and then resets. So here we are now in OpenDoor. We see it's breaking down. We lost that $1.75, which is pretty important for it. And so now it makes sense that we're getting some kind of bounce. Why it makes sense is because usually, after breaking down, you want to get a retest. Something I talk about often, which is you'll see, shorts kind of stack into this move down, and then, they get too aggressive because things don't just go down only. You have to actually let this prove to you that it's resistance now, because we haven't let that happen. Usually, we'll break down and we'll quickly retest it and then dump. But here we just did go down. And so we're front running that $1.45 zone. On the HBDR, we're catching support on the weekly. I'll just show it quickly here. So it makes sense we're getting a bounce. The question now is, is this going to be flipped into resistance? And why I think it might be is simply we have a lot of confluence here on the zone. We have that 174, which, we know for weeks was holding. Quick SFPs up, led to big squeezes, came down, held, broke down from it. And then we also see that weekly EMA 5 was solid resistance. Even then, when it would wick higher, it would reject the 9. But then also, the weekly median is coming in right where that EMA 9 is on the weekly. So if you don't have the HBDR right now, you can just view the weekly 9 and know that the weekly median is right around there as well for OpenDoor. And so it would make sense to get some kind of bounce into this zone. The question will be for bulls, do we actually, reclaim the weekly median and the weekly 9? If we can, then this will just look like another SFP. which then led to a breakout to that $2.55 zone before rejecting. If we don't, and we just end up rallying up, but then kind of, fizzling out and then rejecting, yeah, it's going to then look like it's solidifying the bearish retest, especially on a daily. And so we'll have to watch closely. When we're viewing the daily, we see the 50% right around here with the daily EMA 5. So we easily could just rally up and then just fall right here. But, I'm always on the camp of extremity trades. It's just logical and easier for me to trade that way. And what was once massive support needs to be flipped into resistance for me. I don't do business around here, especially when we're in the midst of like a breakdown, because that's just like the lowest probability short area. That's why for me, let's see what the reaction is around 174 all the way to 176 to maybe 180. We have daily EMA 34 and daily median resistance right around there. And we know on OpenDoor that daily EMA 34 has been acting as major resistance the whole way down. It's no coincidence it's coming right around that weekly resistance level that I just mentioned, right around 180s, telling me that, yeah, that 180 zone is going to be quite important. We view the 2-day, again, we see it, the 180s is right around where that median is on the 2-day. And we also see that the 2-day is giving us a volatility setup. And, this can easily come up, let us, pump up a little bit, but until this breaks the 15%, this is just brewing essentially. Let's see the last time this occurred on OpenDoor. And we're right around the same amount of zero volatility sessions now. So let's see, we expanded right around there. We were essentially here when we expanded up, and that gave us the move. It's hard to say, but it gave us the move up essentially. When it started expanding here, it came down slightly more. So I guess from the setup, my apologies. When it started to expand here, it had a rally up, but it rejected and came down more. And this setup was like a half setup, kind of like what I was mentioning right before I did this analysis, where we get these setups, but they don't necessarily need to go all the way to the 100%. They can go to like 50, or in this case, 56%. But for what we have here, this led to a move once it fired off, still a move down 17%. Wow. Yeah. So 17% down. And then we kind of reset volatility here. And we never really hit the extreme. So that was the last time we were at this point in volatility, and we got a 17% move down. And right now at this zone here, we rallied up. We rejected the weekly 9, and then ended up coming back down. So that's why I'm saying it'd be wise for you not to kind of scale longs here, because it's just not in the best spot, I guess, because we easily could reject the daily 50%. But if we end up coming back to that zone right around 180, and because of the analysis that if we break on through and then just start consolidating again back above, that'll look like an SFP to me. And then this is the easy long trigger before we go up. But if we start rejecting that 180, then I'll quickly know, okay, well, we had all that resistance, the weekly median, the daily 9, the weekly EMA 9. And then I'll be more keen to, it coming up, maybe going to 180, 182, coming down aggressively, and then rejecting, maybe fulfilling us and going down to like that 142, an area we've talked about for a while. And I don't think it's going to stop there. I do think eventually OpenDoor will probably test back down closer to like $1, if not $1 exactly. That's kind of been my long-term zone for this. Especially not out of the question too, and we know the weekly here is brewing a setup. And this is actually, if I'm not mistaken, might be the lowest volatility we've seen. Now, this one right here was lower by a smidge, but it is interesting to see this putting in like a double bottom here. This one was lower, it expanded, but like I said, it didn't really play out all the way. But let's just see, out of curiosity, how much that kind of gave us. So from here, we essentially came down and expanded. This is when we hit the 15%, and then we nuked. So this came down 35%. So if, let's say, we go down 30% from, let's say, the bearish retest, that would put us more into like that $1.20 to my target. That's a 42% move. So remember, that gave us a 32% down, and that went to the 30% on volatility. So where will OpenDoor be if this fires down bearish and we go to the 50 to maybe even all the way to the extremes? Never in the chart's history has that happened. It's gone from.
I want to ask you if you want to check this out and tell me what you think. Maybe there's nothing there, but I'm looking at the monthly one, and the monthly obviously is going price is going down aggressively. But if you look at the volatility setup, volatility in the monthly really since 2021, it's never been up beyond above the moving average. So it's starting to expand. It had that fake out at the top, but it's never been on top, only on extremes. So if it's expanding and price is coming down on a monthly, it's not looking fucking great.
No, and that's a good point, because yeah, the monthly is looking terrible. And the hopium here is that the monthly median, which is the next target, would catch price at 133, kind of right around that 146. But you know, if it doesn't, and keep in mind, we like opened above it here, but we easily can just lose it again, kind of exasperating the move down. Like right here, where we, you know, got it, opened above it, and then just lost it, big nuke down. You know, if that ends up happening, then yeah, there's really nothing stopping us from going to my target, which on the monthly HPDR is at 93 cents, kind of right by my $1. So not a good sign at all. And like, you know, the way volatility looks here, that's an interesting point, because it is above the moving average. So now that is telling me, you know, there's some momentum here happening. And as it stands, this is heavily bearish. And we see here any rallies even to that 215 are looked at as major rejection. It's a major rejection zone. EMA 9, 50%. You know, it's like statistically speaking, it's more likely to break down. And then if we end up going and testing this low here, and the way that, you know, let's put it to just a 3-month chart, it's like we're just kind of in a massive downtrend. And this to me is looking like what happened here, where we just like rallied up and then just kind of curved down and then just made a mega low, right? We rallied up, started curving down, and then is this just where we start making a mega low? Or does this shit get delisted potentially? Because that could happen.
Could be.
Almost to the penny stock range. And if the monthly HBDR plays out, that'll bring it under $1. So not really looking the best here. Obviously, you can get bounces from that point, but you know, any bounce just has to really be looked at with caution. So I'm pretty bearish on this chart. It's not really looking good. I do think we can bounce, though, even as bearish as I am. And that's why I'll be watching for maybe a short opportunity on OpenDoor. It's very evident on the daily. And the way volatility is here with, you know, it's expanding and, you know, bulls are trying to push us up here. We easily can roll over now at 158, 165. But I'm more on the camp that we're going to test this zone. I'll be watching for 180 to actually get a short trigger. That to me makes sense, takes all the horny shorts out. You easily have your stop right at like 191. You just don't have to break that wick high. And if it does, okay, I'll be mindful of that, taking the stops. Maybe it hits the EMA 100, and that could be the next short zone. But for now, this setup looks like it's brewing for a bearish retest. We need price to prove to us that it is, and that's kind of what we're going to get soon. When we break down from here, people go wrong because they start shorting this. It makes sense to rally up to this zone, especially after it was such strong support for so long. You really have to like get used to that. And that's why trading is just a patient game. When we're breaking down, it's so hard, especially when you have a short, like a bear bias on this and you missed it, not to kind of scale in here. But then you start shorting here and here. And then what happens always? Then you get the rally up and then it's just like, oh, I could have just shorted way higher. It still plays out maybe, but you just feel stupid when you should have just waited. Because for me, this risk to reward, maybe it goes to 181. You're losing 6%, potentially make 18, if not all the way down to that monthly level of like 40%, which is pretty insane RR. So I'll be watching this closely. The weekly is about to fire off a volatility setup. The 2-week is actually maybe firing off now.
It
Yeah, it is. So the bias there is like, yeah, I mean, any rallies up to this point, you really have to look at that as a major opportunity, just like on Bitcoin, right? The 2 week firing off to the upside, any pullbacks need to be looked at as an opportunity. Well, any rallies up, in my opinion, on OpenDoor need to be looked at as a short opportunity. I wouldn't be shorting here. I'd be really watching. Look at that. Even the 2 week is lining up right around that 180 with the median and the 2 week EMA 9 right there. So patience will pay. Watch for a bounce. Watch 180 to 188 to reject. Lower time frame deviation, rejection to a full breakdown. That's kind of what I'll be watching. And it'll be interesting to see if that plays out.
Very nice job, dude. Yeah, this looks fucking bearish as fuck, but it makes sense. I mean, it's real estate technology, right? Which, let's just say real estate is cooler than the freezer right now. So no one's interested. There's no transactions. It's living a worse time than 2008 right now, just relative to transaction volume. And that's a terrible thing. So good luck to OpenDoor. At some point, something will change. But personally, I'm not getting into real estate to be like right now. I used to be a real estate investor. I don't know if you know that. So I bought a ton of buildings right at the bottom of the fucking market. And I only did it because I got lucky. And real estate has always been this is what you need to do. It's so simple. Even a moron can do it. I don't think right now for 10 years, there's going to be like real gains in real estate. I think it's just going to be a flattish type of thing. And even if there's real gains, they're going to be minimum. Like back then, I used to triple my money every 2 years.
Wow. That's insane.
Well, when you know what you're buying, you can. It's really every 3 years, I'd say. It's very doable, but it's just the environment is just not there. Nothing. Like I don't know what needs to change, but something big. Either way, let's go to Nvidia after. I'll do this one right now.
I feel like, wasn't this the stock where you were talking about maybe it's more correlated to interest rates like coming down?
It is. Yeah.
And it was, like pumping. That's when interest rates. Yeah. So that could make sense too. So yeah, I'm pretty bearish on this. This doesn't look good.
Yeah. When you look at rates, for real, when you're looking right now at rates, you see, I'll be back to you, OpenDoor. I mean, dude, come on. I thought this was going to be like a lower high, and it just fucked me. This is October 2023. This was a lower high that we made, and now we're here above resistance. And getting above that 4.339% was hard as shit. So now probably we're going to go test like the top part of the channel, which is maybe fighting above this. And if we do get a brand new high on interest rates, that's going to nuke everything, which is the big possibility of what I think will happen, because a strong economy is tied up to a strong fiat currency. And if you don't have a strong fiat currency, you don't have a strong economy. And therefore, if you're going to have a strong fiat currency, there needs to be a readjustment in valuations, because fiat will be appreciating towards the upside against everything. That's why.
Wow. Yeah, that's interesting. Well, so that would make sense on why, OpenDoor and like the real estate sector as a whole, especially the stocks, kind of like, fucked. Exactly.
The polite way of putting it.
Let me see.
Thank you, senor.
These are on OpenDoor. I forgot to look at that, but nothing. No. I mean, there's like a daily, 2-day, I think. If you wanted to mention, nope, just like a daily, I think. Or 2-day
with the volatility setup, you mean, or what do you mean?
No, 2-day has a silver cross, so I know we have that 2-day volatility setup. So I mean, that could maybe help to someone with just having more conviction or bias. Forgot to mention that.
Oh, the 2-day is getting nicely ready for a Hamas setup. Okay, let's see. Thank you, señor. Ok, estamos viendo OpenDoor para todos ustedes. Tengo una temporalidad de 2 días. Déjenme lo pongo rápido. Vamos a ver la trimestral. No, la de 6 meses. No es cierto. ¿Sabes qué? Vamos a ver la de 6 meses. Nunca lo hemos visto en la de 6 meses, ¿o sí? Solamente por pendejo. ¡Wow! ¡Qué mierda! Uf. Pero para que vean, esto es una tendencia bajista. Esto no es un shitcoin. Esto es OpenDoor. Es una empresa que tiene que ver con bienes raíces digitales. Y el problema es, mientras los intereses estén altos, y esto fue un parte del gráfico que les enseñé ahorita, y lo voy a hacer una vez más rápido, podemos ver cómo literalmente los intereses están llegando al máximo que habían logrado en julio 23. Habías tenido esta caída de antes, pero literalmente el imán va a estar acá en los 4.75%. Vamos a ver si creamos un nuevo alto, pero quiero que vean esto. O sea, literalmente esto fue el fondo en el 2020 y los intereses han estado subiendo y fueron a hacer un nuevo mínimo por la zona de los 3.5 y a todos los que nos debería dejar traumados estos es si esto continúa para arriba y rompe este canal a la alza. Si tienes continuación y rompes este canal a la alza, lo que estás haciendo es destruyendo una tendencia bajista que viene desde el 82. 82. ¿Y esto qué quiere decir? Es un nuevo paradigma monetario. Esto es a lo que me refiero cuando les estoy diciendo que aquí está el secreto de todo lo que estamos viendo. Literalmente, justamente en esta tabla tan estúpida con mi canalito tonto, pero pueden ver que el canal definitivamente ha tocado la parte alta. Y acá, ¿qué es lo que pasa cuando empiezas a consolidar en un canal en la parte de arriba? Empiezas a tener muchas más probabilidades de romper a la alza. ¿Y qué es lo que pasa cuando rompes a la alza? Lo que acabamos de ver en otras tablas, como ¿cuál fue la que les puse? La de render, ¿no? Un segundo. En render, les voy a poner esto en la mensual. En render tienes este canal bajista que ha estado desde, digo, no lo puedes comparar con el otro porque no es del 86, es del 2024 y está rompiendo a la alza. Y normalmente esto te da movimientos duros y agresivos a la alza. Entonces, mucha atención en esto. Tiene demasiadas cosas que están siendo confluencia de todas las cosas negativas que pueden llegar a pasar con este tipo de precios, pero esto no es negativo para nosotros porque nosotros podemos tradear para arriba y para abajo, así que no nos da absolutamente igual. Me gusta enseñarles esta formación donde tenemos un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo y continuación. Tienes este bajo, bajos más altos, pero aquí hiciste un bajo más alto que los pasados y este bajo es más bajo que este. Y ahora, ¿cuál es tu siguiente objetivo a la baja? Estos bajos en el 1.26, debajo del 1.26, 1.17 y ahí empezarás a ver. Pero en la mensual, y esto es algo que les quiero enseñar que vale la pena ver, voy a empezar aquí arriba. Nunca estamos arriba del promedio de las 5, el promedio de las 5 es la línea verde. Y quiero que vean qué pasa cada que el precio de OpenDoor cierra arriba en las 5. Tienes una expansión gigantesca. Este fue un cierre y de acá a este tope 93%, pero a este fue un 100%, ¿ok? De ahí perdiste justamente acá el promedio de las 5, lo puedes ver acá. Vamos a tomar el cierre de abajo y vamos a ir acá, fue un 27% o un 30%, depende cómo lo quieras medir. Entonces, el perder el promedio de las 5 es demasiado bajista y siempre está abajo de él. Lo único que esto nos hace ver es que estos fueron SFPs. SFPs son breakouts falsos a la alza que acaban siendo más bajistas que alcistas. Bueno, acaban siendo bajistas en realidad. Si lo tienes para la baja, el fake out, entonces es muy alcista eso. Pero ahorita estás viendo cómo estás creando estos mínimos que están bajando y estos estos altos que están bajando y estos mínimos que están subiendo y estás llegando a la parte del triángulo, el apex, que llegará por ahí de mayo del 2025, aunque te puede salir del triángulo antes, ¿no? O después, no siempre es garantizado. En lo que estamos viendo, el setup de volatilidad, perdón, estoy dibujando. 1, 2, 3. El setup de volatilidad que tenemos acá en la mensual es muy interesante, en mi opinión, porque en toda la historia de OpenDoor, has estado en extremos. Este fue el más bajo punto de volatilidad que tiene OpenDoor. Lo pueden ver ahí en el 37.14%, pero no habías tenido. Una vez acá hiciste un breakout fake, un fake out a la alza y ve en lo que resultó. Y tuviste este gran movimiento a la baja en volatilidad que nunca ha estado por encima del promedio, más que aquí atrás. Cuando abrió, que llegó a máximos históricos, no duró nada y después se fue al pito. Y ahora está expandiendo. La volatilidad, de nuevo, para si están entrando por primera vez, la volatilidad acá está en esta línea verde que se convierte en roja, etcétera, y el promedio de la volatilidad es esto, lo que nos indica que hay momentum. Ok, ¿qué sabemos que pasa cuando empieza a expandir la volatilidad? Cuando el precio está yendo a algún lado. probablemente eso vaya a continuar, nos va a dar continuación de ese movimiento. ¿Qué movimiento estamos hablando? De esta caída. La volatilidad está expandiendo en estas dos velas, que son velas rojas, y está cayendo el precio. Ha caído desde el principio de esa expansión de volatilidad, desde $2 hasta el 1.60. Es una pérdida casi 2 a 1.60, 20%. Lo estoy haciendo Mickey Mouse en la cabeza, igual estoy mal, pero es una pérdida significativa. Ahora, me voy a acercar un poco más, voy a poner la semanal para que lo vean, y pueden ver que acá está nuestra vela perdiendo el nivel, y tenemos este mínimo acá en los 1.50. De acá, si tienes un cierre, esto podría, también, quiero que esto quede claro, esto podría ser un SFP, esto podría ser un breakout falso a la baja y tener lo contrario, un movimiento a la alza. Y esto puede ser en diferentes formas. Esto se puede dar simplemente en el retesteo que vas a tener porque esta es la oportunidad del short. Una vez que llegas al 1.80, 1.70 y tener acá tu stop probablemente en el 1.92, de ahí vas a tener probablemente continuación a la baja, porque el movimiento tal vez, y ahorita vamos a ver temporalidades cortas, está sobreextendido en la expansión de su volatilidad. Pero por ahora pueden ver que está cayendo de acá, está muy lejos de todos los promedios y está pintando algo feo. Y también al mismo tiempo en lo que está cayendo, quiero que vean en la semanal, estamos a punto de tener una validación de la volatilidad. Una vez que llegue al 15%, esta línea azul, una vez que llegue acá, va a acompañar al movimiento, y si el movimiento continúa siendo rojo, pues se va a ir al traste esto. Ahora, voy a llevarlos a la de 2 días. La de 2 días nos tienen un periodo de volatilidad nula. Lo pueden ver acá. Nada, un casi cero jamás. La volatilidad nos va a confirmar acá. Esto podría acompañar a las temporalidades muy altas. Vamos a ver qué está pasando en la diaria. En la diaria ya empieza a tener la expansión de volatilidad, pero justamente acá. ¿Qué es eso? Eso nos está diciendo que probablemente lo que vayamos a ver sea un delicioso rebote por acá, que puede ser considerable. No vas a entrar en el rebote, vas a entrar en esto. Este movimiento va a ser, tu entrada va a ser este punto. No va a ser acá abajo. No tiene sentido alguno, porque puedes empezar tu corte acá, sube acá, y una vez que llegue acá te vas a sentir muy pendejo, vas a vender y va a volver a bajar. ¿Dónde está tu invalidación? Justamente con esta vela en el 1.86, o la puedes poner acá más arriba en el 1.92. Pero OpenDoor parece que se quiere ir a absolutamente cero. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. OpenDoor, más como... no se me ocurrió ningún chiste bueno. Lo siento, señores. A veces tengo que decepcionarlos. ¿Qué quieren que les diga? Vamos con Nvidia. Y quiero que sepan esto también. I'm sorry, Alex. Let me just say something. I need to say it too in English. Déjeme digo esto. No hay ningún otro curso ni nada que estén viendo, bueno, no es curso, de trading que sea más divertido que este. Lo tengo que decir. Espero que sea la realidad. I was telling everyone, I'm thinking that there's not a lot of trading channels or live streams that are fun. I feel like everyone's just stuck in their bullshit, just like being super serious. This is going to be the most fun you're going to have trading, because we have the Hamas setups, we have the Nagasaki setups, we have the kinetic setups, we have like all the bullshit that goes back and forth, and amazing TA. So, sir, I'm listening.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, no, absolutely. I've watched a lot of live streams, and they're always boring. I usually fall asleep. So it's good that it's also profitable. The stuff we talk about does end up playing out. And so, like, for example, and keep in mind with this stock, Nvidia, I do believe we have earnings today.
Yeah.
See, I think it tells me. No, I guess it doesn't today. But yeah, we do have earnings today. So anything I say, take with a grain of salt, because it's more or less like a gamble. And we really learned that here when it was looking bullish. We had a silver cross. I remember this. Everything was good. Seemed ready for up. And then earnings came and we nuked. But we did end up calling this breakout. And we talked about this, 140 being a really important zone for Nvidia. We now see here on the 5-day, we've nicely held that so far. And even so much so, the 50% range moved right around that 140, giving us ultimate confluence. And so you would have seen that, any opportunity where Nvidia goes down to the 5-day 9 has just simply been bought up. And we're now very healthily above the median. So Nvidia for me is giving a nice bull bias. And it's technically looking like it really wants to actually hit that 160. Volatility on the 5-day too is looking pretty healthy. We're above the moving average. We're breaking that 50%, and it's nice. It's healthily above, curving up, essentially, telling me that, yeah, this like retest of the 5-day EMA 9 could have been just like the major opportunity. Wow. Overall, this stock, not the cleanest, but it still kept the uptrend. Without breaking this low, I'm looking at this being the next major low potentially for the 5-day. The daily here is, again, looking good too. We see here the daily looks good. We're holding the 140 nicely. The daily 50% matching that perfectly. The only issue now is, since November 15th, we fell under the median. And so today was the first time we tested that, and we are getting some resistance around there. But we're not rejecting as hard as you would expect, especially for a daily median retest. But I'd be cautious of that. So if we can then get any daily closure back above 146.80, 147, then to me, that'll be good confirmation that we're probably going to see a nice green dildo back up to like 150s, if not all the way back to 162. And that would then just be another all-time high for Nvidia. And then this consolidation would then just look like it turned consolidation to a higher low, leading to a higher high. But still need to be mindful of the daily median. We need to see where this moves and where it opens, because as long as we're under it, it's going to hold price down. And that's the last barrier before we can test that 50%. If we view the 2-day now, it kind of erases the choppiness. The 2-day also is telling us we are at some resistance. We have the daily median right at 146, 147. We have the 2-day 50% also at 148. And so it's telling me, maybe 147 isn't the right move for a closure. Maybe Nvidia instead reclaims 150. I'm liking that more, because then what that would do is it's very simple, but in bull markets, that's what we see. It would flip this wick high into support, reclaim the 50%, get back above the daily median, and then we possibly see this 2-day fire off. This 2-day is giving us volatility setup. Let me add the 15%, because we know that's when it starts firing off, right there. And let's see, last time it fired off with one tick of zero volatility. It was around here, fired off there. Let's see. Oh wow,
big dick move.
Yeah, you're right. Big dick move. Yeah, for sure. Just from this to the first major kind of pullback was 19%. From when we kind of started sloping down, it was like right around there, like 55%. So wow. Yeah, overall, massive move for Nvidia's brewing on the 2-day. But remember, it's bullish right now and it's looking great. And it's technically giving you a buy signal. Why? Because we quickly SFP'd the daily 9, the 2-day 9, and we even came down and retested it. That would have been your technically long trigger, and you just would have a manual stop if we lost this 2-day 9. As long as we're above it, especially with this SFP, this to me is looking strong, and it looks like it wants to go up. The only barrier is just like this 148 to 150 zone. But that's why if we start breaking up and reclaiming it, and we know the 2 days giving us a setup, then I don't see why we wouldn't go to that 160 to maybe even the nice 169 number. But remember what I said in the beginning of this analysis. We have earnings today, so you have to really wait for that, because it's more a gamble if you try to trade on earnings. The 5-day, though, is kind of nice, because it also tells us that, retesting that 50%, holding the 140, backtesting the 5-day EMA 9, it's going to take us, if we just take this away, it's going to take us to 160 is the next target. This obviously I think earnings is after the close. So assuming we don't fall below the 5, this is looking good. I just wouldn't hold any positions or take any fresh new positions right before earnings, thinking we're going to get a nice easy ride to 160. By tomorrow, we could see the 2-day fire off, though. I will just say, so once we had earnings here and we fell through, we quickly had a flush out, and then that's what gave us the move to the full breakout that we call it, giving us that 140 target from when we called the long at 116. And so earnings could easily flush us out. Maybe we test, 140 again, or even come back down and test the 2-day median right at 138. But as I keep saying, as long as we're above 140, which is, remember, that rejection high right around here, I could even move it up slightly, like 140, like to actually match it. As long as we're holding that 140, though, we need to just look at that as a simple SR flip. This is just bullish consolidation before the 2-day actually does fire off. We're not going to long up here, though, unless we get a nice trigger, which would be just that daily closure back above 150. We won't long up here because we don't want to long that daily resistance mixed in with that 2-day resistance. Daily resistance is that median. And I'll let the Discord know if we end up closing above the median, because if we do, then yeah, easy target to 154, which from there is, let's see here, from reclaiming it to there is still a 4.79%. We also have nice confluence to that 163. So we're talking, from there, it's a nice 9% move still. So still definitely a tradable move. Curious to see how the quarterly is looking. Quarterly looks insane. We'll see where this closes. If the quarterly closes anywhere like this, like above 136, then I'll be convinced we're going to get some pullback into that 136, 140 retest for the quarterly. But that's in a month. So, for now, we're getting that same level at 162 is the next target, which is good confluence. So we just talked about, I think, on the 2-day. Where that 161 to 169 seems likely. We just really need to break that 150. But that's, I guess, good confluence to us. The monthly too is closing in 9 days. If it can close back above 140, again, that's going to give us a measured move to like 170s, 173. So Nvidia looks like it's just priming up for a bigger move up. It just needs to get through earnings, and it probably needs to close the monthly candle. Once it does those two things and it holds above 140, I do think next month we're going to see Nvidia make a new all-time high, and it's probably going to go to that 160s to 158s, in my opinion. There's no reason why it would need to stop there, but it would just be wise, because it would be wise to like take it to like 160s, 169s maybe, and then don't get too greedy considering Nvidia has just been up only. But yeah, that it's looking good. I'm not seeing any channel formations here, maybe on like the very lower time frames. If we go in the 4-hour, nope, not really seeing anything. And even if we go and simply put like a diagonal here, we can go like this. Nvidia is looking quite good. And remember, these are really like dependent on how you draw them. I always like taking them on a wick basis, and you just see the structure here. It looks like it's forming simply higher highs to higher lows every time. Boom, boom, higher high, higher low. Is this now going to take us to the higher high? Maybe get some kind of pullback like there, like we mentioned for earnings before we break out. Would definitely it looks good, and like it's looking probable for now, as long as earnings doesn't screw us over. We also see the 4-hour is giving us a nice volatility setup. Setting, it's slightly under the moving average, but it's still above 15%. We easily can come to like that 15% here, retest it, and then go up. But we are still getting that setup, so it would technically be to the upside if it does fire off. So then maybe we don't get a pullback like this. I'm just more cautious, especially with earnings. So that's it. 150 will be kind of your metric, though, besides today, because you just want to get through earnings. Trust me, because I'm telling you, this was very bullish. We had a volatility setup. We had a silver cross. It was looking good. It was specifically on the 2-day here, but then earnings just kind of messed it up. We obviously rejected here, and then we fell through. Patience would have paid, though. As soon as we broke out, retested, that was the long trigger, and we talked about that. So it's going to be the same thing. Wait for the breakout. Wait for a daily close above 150. Or for at least the daily median to get reclaimed. If the daily median can get reclaimed, then the bias will be up, and the 2-day and the daily will start looking like they're going to fire off. And as history has shown us, that's usually up for Nvidia. So looking good, looking quite good, actually.
I'd say, because a lot of people think, well, how many companies can just buy more chipsets for Nvidia and all that stuff? which, by the way, you're going to need to update them every single year. That's one. So you need to be a recurrent buyer. That's great for Nvidia. But more importantly, governments are the ones buying all this shit. What do you think? The FBI and CIA and all of those guys use like different chip makers. They went to Mexico and just like bought brand new chips that they make down there because they're cheaper and that's what they use. No, they use the fucking best. This is why Kamala Harris was like, we're going to take care of the people that create artificial intelligence and we're going to give them more money, which is inflationary for you, but you'll think I'm going to make your life cheaper. Retards. So there you have it, Alex. That's basically it. Just had to say that, apparently. Anything else you want to add before we go?
Nope. Watched the Discord. I gave out a short like an hour ago on the Discord. It, got front ran by $200. But when I give shorts out, use that the confluence of your system. Like if I give a level out, it doesn't mean we usually go there and reject, but it doesn't necessarily mean we need to. Bitcoin, though, did follow me in Farn's pass so far. We are kind of front running that 95K. We're now at 93,500. So nice pullback overall. Watch closely. Definitely wouldn't be longing here. Really smooth stream, and I always appreciate it, Alejandro. Thank you.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the knowledge and everything that I've just learned. I appreciate you. Enjoy your day out there.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Ok, vamos a cerrar esto con envidia, damas y caballeros. No con envidia de la buena, pero con envidia de la empresa. Y lo primero que quiero poner es una temporalidad bastante alta. Podríamos verlo en la trimestral rápidamente para todos ustedes que entiendan el movimiento parabólico de Nvidia una vez que volvió a retomar el promedio de las 9, ¿no? Que fue justamente acá. Vean nada más la fuerza con la que empujó de acá a donde estás hablando de un 422%, un 4X, y esto lo hizo en un año y medio. Impresionante la fuerza que lleva Nvidia. ¿Por qué? Todo el mundo necesita los chipsets de Nvidia y además, recuerden, como suscripción casi, anualmente todas las empresas tienen que comprar los nuevos. Entonces, mientras Nvidia continúe en esta tendencia y todas estas empresas continúen la tendencia de intentar llegar a AGI, Artificial General Intelligence, que es lo que van a hacer todos o probablemente ya la tengan, eso va a continuar la tendencia que todas las empresas sigan comprando chips de Nvidia. Más allá de eso, también tenemos que entender que los gobiernos, el gobierno de Estados Unidos también, para usar inteligencia artificial en contra de sus ciudadanos como debe, para poder espiarlos a todos y tener seguro que todo va bien, también están comprando chipsets de Nvidia. Entonces, no le va a faltar nada de calor para Nvidia para poder continuar. Lo que tenemos que decir es que hoy hay earnings, hoy hay reporte de ingresos después de esto, por lo que el análisis de hoy no cuenta para absolutamente nada. Te vamos a dar niveles, te vamos a dar todo absolutamente como se debe, pero todo literalmente con que digan, güey, nos fue un poco peor de lo pensado, cambia absolutamente todo, nos fue un poco mejor de lo pensado, cambia absolutamente todo. Entonces, los días que hay reporte de ingresos, no quieres estar dentro del mercado. Quieres reaccionar al reporte de ingresos, no quieres meterte antes a adivinar. Estarías, mejor vete al casino, vele las chichis a una mujer mayor, en lo que te sirven un trago y vete a apostar en lo que estás viendo un buen partido de fútbol americano, porque el fútbol soccer, el fútbol soccer internacional es muy bueno. El de acá, no tanto. Ok, vamos a empezar con Nvidia y bajo advertencia no hay engaño, ya les dijimos que probablemente no sea una gran idea meterte hoy en Nvidia, no tocarlo. Ok, trimestral muy fuerte. Algo que vale la pena notar es este nivel de los 140 es un punto muy importante para el precio. ¿Quieres continuar esta tendencia alcista? En mi punto de vista es más sencillo este análisis que cualquier otro. Lo único que quieres es cerrar arriba de esto, de los 140. Y esto va a propulsarte y este va a ser tu soporte moviéndote para adelante para continuar trayectorias alcistas. Pero cierras debajo de esto y es un rechazo literalmente de esto y esto podría ser un SFP, que eso quiere decir una salida falsa a la alza, que normalmente son bajistas. Así que atención a esto, lo que nosotros pensamos es que va a continuar. Puedes ver que en la mensual, en la trimestral, estamos ya en sobrevendidos, la volatilidad está bajando y en lo que estamos yendo de lado, esto es literalmente simplemente consolidación de precio. Vamos rápidamente al gráfico mensual. Gráfico mensual, un poco de lo mismo. Podemos ver lo importante que es poder recuperar el 5. Una vez que recuperas el 5, Nvidia completamente explota la alza. Estamos muy por encima de todos los promedios, pero Acá podemos ver que la volatilidad está yéndose para abajo para poder hacer un reseteo o darse la vuelta. Veamos qué va a ser exactamente en la mensual. No nos está diciendo tanto comparado con la trimestral, por ejemplo. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más y vamos a ver la de 2 semanas. Perdón, no sé por qué mi cerebro no me deja verla. Ahí está. Aquí es donde empieza a ver la fotografía bien de esto. Aquí, porque empieza a tener estos cierres, empieza a ver que la volatilidad está regresando una vez a niveles bajos, está en 25% y empieza a revertirse a la alza. Entonces, aquí va a haber expansión de volatilidad, depende de dónde continúe el movimiento. Pongan muchísima atención a la de 2 semanas y ahorita en la semanal nos dirá más. De nuevo, eso no quiere decir que sea muy bajista. Recuerden que lo han visto en sobreextremos y bajada de volatilidad. No ha pasado nada más que correcciones tranquilas en Nvidia, honestamente. Muy buenas oportunidades de compra, porque la trayectoria total de esto sigue siendo muy alcista. Y acá ya tuviste un cierre, y este sería el segundo cierre en 9 días y 10 horas, encima de los 140, lo que nos... Para mí eso ya es confirmación. A Alex le gustan las 3, yo le haría caso a Alex, no al idiota de mí. Acá tenemos un cierre, 2 cierres, 3 cierres semanales por encima. Nos faltan 2 días y 3 horas para ver este. El retesteo de la 9 pudo haber sido una gran oportunidad de compra en los 137 para subir y continuar el movimiento. Puedes ver que acá la volatilidad empezó a expandir por esta zona más o menos, y vamos a ver qué pasó una vez que eso ocurrió. El precio continúa a la alza y esto está continuando, lo que va a dar continuación a esto y lo que probablemente nos dice que el setup de 2 semanas va a dar continuación al primero. Nos vamos a acercar más y vamos a ver en la diaria cómo literalmente la volatilidad está llegando al piso y vamos a ver si rompe a la baja o si se da la vuelta a la alza. En lo que ha estado cayendo la volatilidad, literalmente hemos simplemente estado yéndonos de lado. Entonces, no hay mucho que ver por acá, no hay tantas cosas que lo respalden. Ahora, vamos a acercarnos acá en la diaria rápidamente. Aquí está el análisis potente para todos ustedes en vivo y a todo color. La media del HPDR está en 146.79. Está cotizando en 144.17. Está literalmente a unos dólares por abajo de esto. Estás perdiendo el promedio del 5 y el 9, pero, recuerda, esto que se ve malo podría ser bueno en realidad, porque nos pueden estar engañando. Y esta pérdida del 21 junto con esta puede haber sido un SFP y ahora esta será la oportunidad en los 140 para poder tomar e irnos al cielo. Vamos a ver qué pasa en earnings, vamos a ver qué pasa con el reporte de ingresos de Nvidia. Por ahora, muy interesante el poder poner esto acá. Y una vez que podamos romper esta zona de los 149, 74, 150 dólares a la alza, porque personalmente creo que este es el nuevo rango en el que vamos a estar un rato en lo que se resetea la volatilidad, o probablemente acabe hoy. Este rango que puede estar el precio, una vez que rompas acá los 150, tu objetivo van a ser entre 160 y 169 dólares. Eso es a corto plazo. A largo plazo lo hemos visto por un rato, los targets son ridículos hasta 180, pero vamos a dar una jugada a la vez. No tenemos que volvernos locos y meter todo nuestro dinero el día de hoy. Gracias a todos por acompañarnos. Me divierto mucho haciendo esto. Gracias, de corazón. Es la cosa más divertida que hago en mi vida. Lo disfruto mucho analizar esto con ustedes, aprender diario con ustedes, con Alex y con Farhan. Y lo que necesiten, ahí está el sitio aquí abajo para que se puedan dar una vuelta. También para toda la gente que me ha preguntado, les tengo que decir esto. Voy déjenme rápidamente, me salgo de esto. En Elite Trading Academy, en el sitio, en los how-tos, en los cómo se hace, tenemos para ustedes el cómo se tradea en bluffing, para que puedan usar el exchange de futuros con nosotros, porque hay mucha gente que no sabe cómo depositar dinero, en dónde tiene que ir, qué es lo que tiene que hacer. Lo tenemos en el sitio, es absolutamente gratis, todo el mundo puede ver ese video y es simplemente para que puedan operar con nosotros. Si es que no quieren usar ninguno de nuestros otros servicios, si quieren operar, ahí está literalmente el video de cómo hacerlo. Les mandamos un abrazo, cuídense mucho, nos vamos a ver en un rato y pues a seguir chambeando, cabrones. Pórtense bien. Gracias.